Chapter 1303. Originally, Lin Xian was just curious and wanted to see what kind of knowledge there was. But after reading it, he was extremely shocked and felt that his worldview had been overturned. It turned out that some of his previous understandings were not comprehensive and even wrong. Some of the sayings in these books opened his eyes. In the past, because of the existence of the great dragon sword spirit, Wine Lord, and the others, Lin Xian knew that this world was more magical than he imagined and that he had a long way to go. But now, after understanding this knowledge, he finally knew why those people were so strong. The strength of a martial artist was one thing, but how much of it they could unleash was different. For example, 4 people of the same realm, some could unleash 10,000 pounds of strength, but some could only unleash 5,000 pounds of strength. There were even some who could unleash 12,000 pounds of strength. There was a huge gap between them. There were many factors that influenced it, such as one's own conditions, martial techniques, and experience. Take cultivation techniques, for example, yellow grade and black grade cultivation techniques were too crude and could only unleash a portion of a martial artist's strength. Only when it reached spirit grade cultivation techniques could it unleash a martial artist's full strength. But that was all he could do. Earth grade cultivation techniques that were above spirit grade could unleash strength that exceeded the martial artist's own strength. For example, early stage earth grade cultivation techniques could unleash strength that exceeded a martial artist by 3 to 5 times. If it was a martial artist with 10,000 pounds of strength, after unleashing an earth grade cultivation technique, it was very likely that he could unleash 50,000 pounds of strength. This was a difference of 5 times, far surpassing people of the same realm. Just like when Lin Xian unleashed the Gale Lightning Sword technique previously, he directly killed 4 Ninth Heaven Venerables who were far stronger than him. It was estimated that the strength he unleashed at that time was more than 5 times. Not only that, martial techniques and treasured weapons could also be stacked. If a martial artist had an earth-grade martial technique and a high-grade treasured weapon, it was not a problem to unleash more than 10 times the strength. Of course, the prerequisite for all of this was that one had to be strong. Otherwise, it would be like a baby holding a treasure sword and a peerless expert holding a stone. The result was obvious. As for soul power, it was roughly divided into 2 types. One was object control, mainly used to engrave inscriptions and control objects. The other was illusion, which used soul power to directly attack. Both of them had their own characteristics. For now, Lin Xian was walking on the first path of inscription. For example, Zhao Shue's Void Sky Eyes clearly walked the path of the second type of illusion, directly using soul attacks. Lin Xian currently did not have any thoughts of using illusions to attack, but his Great Dragon Sword soul had both physical attacks and the ability to cut through illusions. Therefore, he was not afraid of being attacked by illusions. After understanding everything, Lin Xian began to cultivate the Tian Yen visualization art. This was a way to train one's soul power. There were a total of 9 diagrams, and each diagram was a unique pattern. The further one went, the more complicated it became. What Lin Xian needed to do was to use his soul force to quickly draw out the diagrams. If he could complete it within the time limit, it would be considered a success. Then, he would be able to cultivate the next diagram. Don't underestimate these diagrams. The first one had over 10,000 diagrams, densely packed together. Ordinary martial artists would feel dizzy just by looking at them. With Lin Xian's current soul power, he could easily complete the first 3 diagrams. However, he failed to complete the 4th diagram. This aroused his fighting spirit even more, so he had been cultivating the 4th diagram these days. In addition, he also cultivated a cultivation method that strengthened his blood qi, the Furious Dragon Art. This was a cultivation method that increased a martial artist's blood qi and strengthened their physique. The body was a martial artist's capital. Only with a strong body could one withstand the doubled attack power. Otherwise, even if one had a powerful martial skill, they would not be able to use it. The Furious Dragon Art was the best cultivation method to build a martial artist's body. The Furious Dragon Art had a total of 5 levels. Each level could withstand a 5-fold increase in attack power, and it could be stacked. In other words, when he reached the 5th level, Lin Xian could withstand a 25x increase in attack power. 25x. This was an unimaginable number. If he mastered it, he would be invincible in the supremacy realm. For these 2 cultivation methods, Lin Xian even prepared different pills to assist in cultivation. It could be said that he had thought it through very well. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. A month later, Lin Xian broke through. First, his great dragon sword soul broke through to the 9th level of the supremacy realm. His cultivation had also reached the 8th level of the supremacy realm. Secondly, he had already mastered the 4th diagram of the Heavens Rise visualization diagram, and his soul power had also greatly improved. He had also cultivated the Furious Dragon Art to the 2nd level. It could be said that Lin Xian's strength had undergone a tremendous change. Now, he did not need to use an Earth-rank martial art to easily kill an early-stage 9th level supremacy. Even a mid-stage 9th level supremacy was not his match. He could even contend with a late-stage 9th level supremacy now. In addition, he had the Starry Sky armor and the Red Lotus armor. The combination of the 2 could definitely offset 80% of any attack. At that time, even a late-stage 9th level supremacy would not be his match. This time, he had taken another big step towards the King Realm. Young Master, you've broken through. The 9th Elder and the others were very excited. They could feel a sense of fear from Lin Xian's body. After learning of this situation, the 9th Elder and the 10th Elder both gasped. How long had it been? The young master's strength had already surpassed them. This was something they did not dare to imagine. This was not completely the effect of resources. Even if the core disciples of the King clans were given such resources, they would not be able to improve to such an extent in a short month. Talent, this was definitely talent. Lin Xian's heaven-defying cultivation talent was something that the 9th Elder and the others had rarely seen in their lives. Perhaps even the kings of the Tianwu continent could not reach such a level when they were young. This kind of talent is too powerful. The 9th Elder praised. The 10th Elder also nodded in satisfaction. Yes, whether it is temperament, talent, or perseverance, they are all top-notch. I'm afraid there are very few people in the continent who can be compared to the young master. What young master Ling Feng? What Tianwu 4 young masters? They are just older. If they were the same age as the young master, I'm afraid they would not be the young master's match. The 9th Elder coldly snorted. After hearing this, Lin Xian smiled faintly. He did not care about the title of Tianwu 4 young masters at all. This was because his eyes had already moved away from the same generation. His target were the older generation figures, the kings who stood at the peak. Only those people could arouse his battle intent. However, there was one thing that he had to do. How is the Duan clan recently? At this time, it was time for Yu Fei to stand out. Reporting to Brother Xian, the Duan clan is already in a terrible state. Many of their core elders have been killed. Moreover, half a month ago, a half-step king gathered the heads of 3 core elders and exchanged them for a longevity pill. Oh, someone exchanged for it. Was it that half-step king from the auction? Yes, it was him. Chapter 1304. Half a month ago, a half-step king collected the heads of 3 core elders and exchanged them for a longevity pill. Yu Fei reported. Oh, someone exchanged for it. Was it that half-step king from the auction? Lin Xian asked. Yes, it was him. Is there any other news? Lin Xian asked again. Yes, although the Duan clan suffered heavy losses, it wasn't enough to topple them. Moreover, Prince Ling Feng and the martial saint were also attacked twice, but they both failed. There was even a half-step king who died in the hands of the martial saint. Hearing this news, Lin Xian was also greatly astonished. Half-step king was an existence that surpassed the martial saint realm. It was extremely terrifying. Sword Saint was also a half-step king when he was at his peak. However, such a ferocious person actually failed in his assassination. Not only that, he was even killed by the martial saint. Just how powerful is this martial saint? Lin Xian sucked in a breath of air, and a trace of seriousness appeared in his eyes. Obviously, the martial saint's strength was out of his expectations. However, thinking about it, since the other party dared to use the title of martial saint, it meant that he was extremely powerful. Young master, the martial saint is indeed difficult to deal with. Although he is only in the martial saint realm, his battle strength has already surpassed some half-step kings. It can be said that he is extremely powerful. As expected of the Duan clan, a martial saint had surpassed the half-step king realm, and there was an even more terrifying Duan clan leader above him. It could be assumed that the martial saint wasn't far from the true martial saint realm. No wonder the other party was so ambitious and wanted to seize the palace of war while Lin Zhan was in seclusion. If it weren't for Lin Xian, the other party might have already succeeded. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't touch the martial saint right now. However, I won't let that Ling Feng guy go. It's time to settle some things. A trace of coldness appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. Young master, you want to make a move on Prince Ling Feng. Hearing this, the eyelids of the ninth elder and the others twitched. They couldn't help but be shocked. Although Lin Xian's strength had increased greatly, Prince Ling Feng wasn't an ordinary person. He was one of the 4 peak experts of the younger generation. Furthermore, Sir Ling Feng had the advantage of his age. Therefore, he was much stronger than Lin Xian. Not only that, but he also had countless experts around him. It would be extremely difficult to kill him. Not long ago, there was a half-step king warrior who tried to assassinate young Master Ling Feng but failed. One could imagine how difficult it would be to assassinate young noble Ling Feng. But now, Lin Xian actually said that he wanted to touch young Master Ling Feng. Young master, please reconsider. Although that young Master Ling Feng deserves to die, now is not the time to make a move on him. Ninth elder shook his head. The 10th elder also advised, that's right, young master. Why don't you wait until you've reached the 9th heavenly layer before making a move? However, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. The Duan clan is powerful. Although they are being suppressed now, it won't be long before they recover from their shock. At that time, it will be too late to make a move. Taking advantage of their current situation, we should make a move decisively. At least, we should get rid of that young Master Ling Feng first. Speaking up to here, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Moreover, I don't plan to fight him head-on. I have my own methods. Young master, if you have any methods, just tell us. If it's feasible, we will agree. But if the success rate isn't high, us old men won't let you take the risk. 9th elder and 10th elder spoke in unison. Indeed, Lin Xian had a noble status. He was their young master and their hope. They wouldn't allow any danger to befall Lin Xian. Lin Xian seemed very confident. He slowly said, we can set up a trap and make him come out of the Duan clan. Just like how he set me up, we can do the same to him. Hearing this, 9th elder and 10th elder were puzzled. Although that's the case, how can we lure him out? The Duan clan is in a bad situation now. With his vigilance, he probably won't come out. Lin Xian smiled. I just destroyed one of his secret bases. He must want to kill me now. If I report my whereabouts to him, he will definitely bring people here. No, it's too dangerous. Elders, I'm not done yet. Why don't you listen to me and make a decision? Lin Xian continued, last time, he sent Skynet to kill me, and I controlled a person named Falcon. This assassin's cultivation is at the 8th heaven of the Venerable Realm. Although he's not the top, he should be considered an upper echelon of Skynet. I want to use him to lure out the leader of Skynet. As long as he comes out, I'm confident that I can control him. How about this? I'll use the leader of Skynet as a spy to send a message to young Master Ling Feng. I'm sure he won't suspect anything. As long as we set up an inescapable net and a killing formation, we'll definitely be able to kill him. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Ninth Elder and the others were shocked. What? Young Master, you've also controlled Skynet. They were too shocked. Skynet was an extremely powerful assassin organization in the Blood Realm. Their actions were extremely strange. Moreover, even if they failed, they would self-destruct and no one would be caught. But now, Lin Xian had actually controlled one of their people. This was too shocking. If that's really the case, then this matter might not be impossible. Ninth Elder nodded in agreement. This was indeed a good opportunity to kill young Master Ling Feng. Although young Master Ling Feng was only of the younger generation, he was a symbol of the Duan clan. Moreover, he was the most famous person in the Tianwu continent. If he was killed, the Duan clan would definitely suffer an unimaginable loss. This was also what Ninth Elder and the others wanted to see, so they were tempted. However, 10th Elder frowned and said, although that's the case, we're not strong enough to kill everyone in the Duan clan. At most, we'll be able to tie. Don't worry about that. With Ruffian Long here, we can definitely set up a peerless killing formation. Lin Xian smiled. Don't worry, leave it to me. I'll definitely kill them. As long as it's not a king, there won't be any problems. Crimson Divine Dragon was very confident. If he was given time to set up a killing formation, he was even confident that he could kill a half-step king. Ninth Elder and the others also knew a little about Crimson Divine Dragon's origin. Now that he had spoken so confidently, they immediately let go of their worries. Young Master, what do you need us to do? Lin Xian pondered for a moment. Crimson Divine Dragon said, I want to set up a killing formation, and I need some special materials. I'll make a list, and you guys should quickly find them. Indeed, this wasn't an ordinary formation. It was a killing formation that could kill half-step kings, and it needed special materials to set it up. Crimson Divine Dragon waved his claws and quickly made a list. Chapter 1305. Skynet was an extremely mysterious assassin organization in the Blood Realm. Now that it was controlled by young Master Ling Feng, it had become a sharp sword in his hands. These years, Skynet had assassinated many peerless experts for young Master Ling Feng. Among them, there were many 9th-level venerables, and even peak 9th-level venerables. There were even rumors that Skynet had once assassinated a half-step king at its peak, and had even succeeded. This statement added a bit of ferocity to the Skynet organization. It could be said that Skynet was an extremely powerful organization. Even ordinary 6th-grade sects didn't dare to provoke them. Falcon was an assassin of heavenly kings, and a 4-star assassin at that. Skynet's assassins were ranked from 1 to 5 stars according to their strength. A 4-star assassin could already assassinate any 8th-level venerables. It could be said that they were the backbone of Skynet. On this day, Falcon brought back a shocking piece of news. What? You said you found traces of Lin Xian. Falcon's news shocked many people. Among them, the eyes of several five-star assassins blossomed with terrifying light. "Where is he?" Quickly inform the head venerate and young Master Ling Feng about this. Many people moved quickly. However, Falcon shook his head and said, "It's useless. Even if young Master Ling Feng knows, I'm afraid he won't have time to counterattack. Because Lin Xian's speed is very fast. I'm afraid he'll reach a safe place soon. At that time, we won't be able to make a move. Damn it, that kid is too cunning. No matter what, we can't let him go this time. I'll go inform the head venerate." Among them, a gray-robed old man said with a grave expression, "Falcon, you come with me." The head venerate was the leader of heavenly kings. He was incomparably mysterious. Apart from young Master Ling Feng and a few five-star assassins, no one else knew what the head venerate looked like. And now, Falcon, a four-star assassin, actually had the chance to see the head venerate. It had to be said that this was too shocking. At the same time, this also showed how important Lin Xian's information was. After passing through layers of secret passages and arrays, Falcon finally arrived in front of a pavilion. He knew that this was where the head venerate lived. "Remember, you only need to tell us what you know. As for other things, you don't need to say anything," the gray-robed old man warned coldly. "Milord, don't worry. I know what to say." Falcon nodded respectfully. However, an undetectable light flashed in his eyes. "Head venerate, I have an urgent matter to report." In the next moment, the gray-robed old man respectfully said, "Come in." A cold voice rang out. Then, the pitch-black door in front of them suddenly opened, revealing a gloomy passage that seemed to lead to the netherworld. Falcon took a deep breath and followed the gray-robed elder into the passageway. This was a curved staircase with ancient walls on both sides. Hanging above were oil lamps with flickering flames. Although the stairs were not high, Falcon seemed to have experienced thousands of years. Finally, he arrived at the highest level. There was a large hall there, surrounded by dark green flames. Seeing the flames, Falcon's pupils shrank as he recalled a rumor. That was because this kind of dark green flame used the flesh and blood of powerhouses as lamp oil. Thinking of this, Falcon broke out in a cold sweat. Then, he withdrew his gaze from the green flames and looked to both sides. He saw white skulls hanging on the walls on both sides. Beside each skull was a line of small words. Falcon took a closer look and realized that those were the names and cultivations of the cultivators. He realized that those people were all ninth heaven supremacies when they were alive. The strongest were even peak ninth heaven supremacies. They were densely packed and innumerable. The walls on both sides seemed to be made of white bones. Was this the true strength of the Skynet organization? It was simply too terrifying. Falcon felt a chill in his heart. This was the first time he had seen such a scene. If others knew of this, their jaws would definitely drop. One had to know that ninth heaven supremacies were the backbone of any sect. They were also peerless experts in the eyes of others. However, there were actually countless ninth heaven supremacy skulls hanging in this hall. It was simply too shocking. "Greetings, head venerate." The gray-robed old man bowed respectfully. Falcon also withdrew his thoughts and knelt on the ground respectfully. He kowtowed and shouted at the same time, "Greetings, head venerate." There was a throne made of white bones. It was about 2 meters tall and pure white. It emitted a terrifying baleful aura. At the front of the armrest, there were 2 skulls that flickered with a strange light. Those were the skulls of half-step kings. At this moment, there was a slender palm above the skulls. The slender fingers lightly tapped on the bones. A cold voice resounded in the void, "What business do you have?" Reporting to Head Venerate, we have discovered Lin Xian's tracks. The gray-robed old man bowed and said. What? Hearing this, the voice in front suddenly became solemn. At the same time, a surge of killing intent surged out and instantly covered the entire hall. When this killing intent appeared, the gray-robed old man and Falcon trembled and broke out in cold sweat. They were like small boats in a storm that could be swallowed up at any time. Where is that fellow now? Tell me in detail. It's like this. This news came from the 4-star assassin, Falcon. How about we let him explain it to you? The gray-robed old man said and looked at Falcon. Falcon took a deep breath and raised his head to look ahead. He saw that on the cold white bone throne sat an ice mountain-like figure. It was a woman. She sat on the white bone throne like an emperor. She wore a black robe with a blood-red totem on it. She wore a golden mask and her face couldn't be seen. Only a pair of cold eyes without any emotions looked down. Reporting to Head Venerate, it's like this. Falcon quickly said. Luo Head Venerate heard this and coldly said, there's no need to report this to Prince Ling Feng. We'll deal with it ourselves. Yes. The gray-robed old man said respectfully, this subordinate will go organize people. No need, I'll go myself. Luo Head Venerate stood up and his cold voice resounded, that brat is full of tricks. He must have a peerless expert protecting him. It's not that I don't believe in your strength, but I don't want any accidents to happen this time. So, I'll go myself. Hearing this, the gray-robed old man was shocked. How many years had it been since the Head Venerate personally made a move? One had to know that not only did the Head Venerate have a high position, he was also the strongest in Skynet. When Luo Head Venerate made a move before, even those peak 9th layer Venerates would tremble. He never thought that he would have to deal with a brat. Chapter 1306. In the past, when Luo Head Venerate made a move, even those peak 9th layer Venerables would tremble. Who would have thought that she would have to deal with a brat now? But this was also good. With the Head Venerate making a move, there would be no mistakes. The gray-robed elder also let out a sigh of relief because Lin Xian had given them a lot of pressure during this period of time. The other party had created storm after storm, pressuring them until they couldn't breathe. Now, with the Head Venerate making a move, they could definitely kill him. Falcon knelt on the ground, his heart filled with joy. He was now Lin Xian's slave. His goal this time was naturally to lead the Head Venerate to make a move. Now, it seemed like he had achieved his goal. Since she had decided to personally assassinate Lin Xian, Luo Head Venerate no longer hesitated. She looked at the gray-robed elder and said, "You can leave." Then, she looked at Falcon who was kneeling on the ground and said coldly, "You come with me." Yes. The gray-robed elder and Falcon respectfully agreed. Falcon then stood up while the gray-robed elder quickly retreated. In an instant, only Falcon and the golden-masked Luo Head Venerate were left in the hall. "Dark Crow, come out!" Luo Head Venerate shouted. Then, the void split open and the strange crow flew out from the darkness, landing on the Head Venerate's shoulder. The crow was completely black, like black jade, but its eyes were blood red. Not only that, its body also had a cold aura. Falcon swallowed his saliva. He had heard of this kind of crow before. This was a type of demonic beast. It was extremely evil and specialized in eating the corpses of experts. It also had powerful illusion and concealment abilities. To an assassin, it was the best companion. However, this kind of crow was extremely rare and hard to feed. In the entire Skynet organization, only Luo Head Venerate had it. Luo Head Venerate waved her sleeve and an invisible force surged out, enveloping Falcon. Then, the two disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already in the sky. The dark crow cawed twice, and then its body quickly grew to a size of more than 10 meters. It flapped its wings and quickly disappeared with Luo Head Venerate and Falcon. In a forest not far from Immortal Martial Academy, Lin Xian sat on a huge rock. On the side, the dark red dragon and the snow-white fox were lazily leaning against each other. The surroundings were very quiet. No demonic beasts dared to disturb them. All of a sudden, Lin Xian opened his eyes as a cold smirk appeared at the corner of his lips. He's here. Through the Beast Slave seal, he was able to learn from Falcon that Skynet had already taken action. Next, he just needed to keep track of their whereabouts. After some time, Lin Xian stood up and said to the dark red dragon and the snow-white monkey beside him, "They're coming soon. Stop fooling around." Both of them knew the severity of the situation, so they quieted down. Lin Xian quickly formed a seal with his hands, using the Blood Sword Legacy to create a Blood Shadow Doppelganger. Apart from him, no one else could tell if this Blood Shadow Doppelganger was real or fake. After having his doppelganger sit cross-legged on the boulder, Lin Xian set up a magic array as a defense for his doppelganger. Then, he brought the Crimson Divine Dragon and the little monkey to hide. With the dark red dragon, even if they hid nearby, they wouldn't be discovered. Not long after they were done, a gray ray of light appeared in the sky. It was the Luo Head Venerate and the others. However, the two of them were hiding in the void and didn't release any aura. Especially the Luo Head Venerate, his entire body seemed to be transparent. If it wasn't for Falcon as a spy, Lin Xian wouldn't have been able to discover them. "Head Venerate, that brat is below." Falcon transmitted from the side. "You stay here and don't move. Be careful and hide your aura." Luo Shou Honored Master instructed before flying down. She was very fast and instantly arrived above Lin Xian's doppelganger. Magic Array. Disdain appeared in the Luo Head Venerate's eyes. Then, she slowly pulled out a treasured blade. The entire process was silent. Although the magic array below looked very exquisite to outsiders, it was useless against her. Her figure flashed and she turned into a flash of light, her speed reaching the extreme. The exquisite magic array didn't have any use as it was pierced through by the Luo Head Venerate. In the next moment, a blade light flashed. Boundless killing intent turned into a fine blade light that instantly slashed down. The entire void was like a mirror, splitting in half from the middle. This blade was clean, efficient, and vicious. No one in the realm of paragons could block it. The figure sitting on the boulder was no exception. His body was instantly split in half. However, the Luo Head Venerate quickly frowned. She noticed that the body that fell wasn't a real person, but a pool of blood. Doppelganger. Her pupils constricted as she had a bad feeling in her heart. The other party actually made a doppelganger here. What did he want to do? Did he lure her out? Or did he run away the moment she made her move? She didn't know. So in the next moment, the Luo Head Venerate's eyes were like lightning as she looked around, wanting to find the person hiding in the dark. However, at this time, a burst of applause came from behind. Amazing, truly amazing. That blade just now, even a peak 9th level paragon wouldn't be able to block it. A voice rang out, breaking the silence. Who? The Luo Head Venerate's body froze as her hairs stood on end. Before she made her move, she had already looked around and didn't find anyone. But now, someone had walked out from behind her. If the other party was an absolute expert, if they made a move against her, she would already be dead. In the next moment, she suddenly turned around. Her body released countless blade lights that formed a defense. What? It's you. The Luo Head Venerate's expression changed. She didn't think that the person behind her would be Lin Xian. He was the target she wanted to kill. This was your trap. The Luo head venerate was smart and instantly understood. She gave a cold snort. You spent so much effort, what is your goal? While speaking, she quickly looked around to prevent herself from being surrounded. She knew about the Duan family's villa being destroyed. She also knew that Lin Xian had a powerful force in his hands that could destroy 9th-level paragons. So at this moment, she was extremely careful. She was afraid of being surrounded by the experts Lin Xian brought. After all, no matter how strong she was, she wouldn't be able to block the combined attacks of countless absolute experts. Relax, I didn't bring anyone else. Lin Xian said with a faint smile. The Luo head venerate looked around and didn't find anyone. She gave a cold laugh. Do you think you can stop me by yourself? She looked at Lin Xian, the killing intent in her eyes not hidden at all. Although the assassination didn't succeed, it wasn't too late to make a move now. After all, the other party's cultivation and strength couldn't compare to hers. If she wanted to make a move, no one would be able to stop her. One blade, she only needed one blade to kill the other party. Chapter 1307. One slash, she only needed one slash and she would be able to kill him. However, she didn't slash out. Not only that, she was completely stunned. Because Falcon quickly descended from the sky and came nearby, respectfully bowing to Lin Xian. Master. Falcon respectfully called out, like an incomparably devout believer. Get up. Lin Xian nodded. Luo head sect saw this and was incomparably shocked. Betrayal, someone from their Heaven's Net organization actually betrayed them. This was simply too hard to believe. One had to know that the Heaven's Net assassins were all trained from young, they were absolutely loyal to the organization. Even if they met with certain death, they would self-destruct, they would never reveal any information. It could be said that they were loyal, they would never betray them. But now, someone actually betrayed them, and it was a 4-star assassin. How did he do it? Falcon, why did you betray us? Luo head sect didn't understand. Because he is my master. Falcon's expression was cold, like he didn't recognize Luo head sect. Humph. Luo head sect snorted, although I don't know why you betrayed us. You actually dared to betray the organization, there is no way for you to live. Falcon's betrayal truly made Luo head sect furious. However, Lin Xian just sneered, rather than threatening him here, why not think about his own situation? You spent so much effort to get Falcon to betray us, your goal was to lure me out. Luo head sect sneered in disdain, what, do you think you can kill me with your strength? Kill you? No, no, no. Lin Xian shook his head, you're so strong and proficient in assassination, if you die, it would be a pity. However, if you can become my servant and work for me, then my strength will increase by another notch. That would be the best result. What? You want to get me to betray you? Luo head sect was stunned, then snorted, truly naive. Brat, stop with your flowery words, die for me. Luo head sect shouted, the long blade in his hand slashed down. The saber light was shocking, and the killing intent was shocking. This saber strike was incredibly terrifying. Most likely, even a 9th heaven venerable would not be able to withstand it. However, Lin Xian used the furious dragon incantation and illusory demon steps at the same time, exploding with 5 times the speed. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan dodged the terrifying attack. With a flip of his palm, the 1,000-beast cauldron floated in the air. What? He dodged it. This was impossible. How can he be so fast? Luo head venerate was shocked. She didn't believe it. One had to realize that this saber strike of hers was extremely frightening. There was absolutely no ninth heaven venerated cultivator that could block it. However, the other party's speed was really too astonishing. In fact, it was even faster than her saber light. Her face darkened. She wanted to attack again, but in the next moment, her body trembled. This was because a black ray of light suddenly flew out from the small black cauldron floating in the void and instantly entered between her eyebrows. Ah! Luo Head Venerate's body trembled as he let out a pitiful cry. Clang! The treasured saber in his hand also fell to the ground. His entire being had descended into madness. Get out of here! Luo Head Venerate roared, releasing a powerful killing intent. This killing intent condensed into a formless saber that fiercely slashed at the black light. However, she had still underestimated the 1,000-beast cauldron. That was an Earth-grade treasure. Its power was unfathomable. If Lin Xian used the Great Dragon Sword Spirit, he might be able to block it. However, Luo Head Venerate couldn't. Although she was a 9th Heaven Venerate, her killing intent was shocking. Facing an Earth-grade treasure, she had no chance of resisting. However, Lin Xian was also shocked. Last time, when he had subdued Falcon, it had only been an instant. However, this time, after such a long stalemate, the other party still hadn't completely subdued him. It had to be said that this was too shocking. As expected of the head venerate of the Heaven's Net organization, her strength was truly strong. Lin Xian sighed in shock. Luckily, he had the 1,000-beast cauldron and the beast slave imprint. Otherwise, if he had to face Luo Head Venerate, he wouldn't be able to fight a huge battle. However, even so, using the 1,000-beast cauldron this time had cost him a broken Earth-grade treasure. This price was extremely expensive. After an incense's time, Luo Head Venerate's legs went soft and she sat on the ground. It was as if she had gone through a huge battle and didn't have any strength left. Lin Xian took out a pill from his storage ring and flicked it out. Eat it. Luo Head Venerate listened and obediently picked up the pill on the ground and put it in her mouth. Very quickly, she recovered her strength. Master. In the next moment, she stood up and walked over to Lin Xian and knelt down gently. At the side, Falcon also knelt down respectfully. If anyone saw this scene, their jaws would drop. Who was the head venerate of the Heaven's Net organization, an extremely powerful 9th Heaven Venerate? Her status was equivalent to the sect master of a 6th-rank sect. Such a person was in existence that could call the wind and summon the rain in the Sky Martial Continent, a peerless expert in the eyes of the world. However, right now, she was kneeling in front of Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. Then, he stretched out his finger and gestured, "What's your name?" "Luo Bingshan." A moving voice rang out. "Very good, I'll call you Bingshan from now on. Now, stand up." Lin Xian said. "Yes, master." After receiving the order, Luo Bingshan quickly stood up. At the side, Falcon was still kneeling respectfully on the ground, his head buried deep in the ground. "Bingshan, take off your mask." Lin Xian was very curious, what kind of face was under the golden mask. To be honest, when he saw Luo Bingshan previously, he was also very surprised. He did not expect the leader of the Heaven's Net organization to be a woman. Furthermore, it was a mysterious woman wearing a mask. As a man, he still had this bit of curiosity. "Yes." Luo Bingshan replied respectfully. Then, she stretched out her slender hands and gently took off the golden mask on her face. At the side, Falcon was still kneeling respectfully on the ground. Without Lin Xian's order, he would not move at all. The golden mask was slowly taken off and a beautiful face appeared in front of him. Lin Xian was also slightly surprised. He did not expect the other party to be so beautiful. Delicate facial features and a white face, she was like a peerless beauty. However, she had a gloomy aura, as if she was 1,000 miles away from people. Indeed, she had the temperament of an ice beauty. "Put it on," Lin Xian said. "Yes, master." Soon, Bingshan put the golden mask on her face again. However, from her gaze, it could be seen that she was extremely respectful to Lin Xian. Think of a way to lure child Lingfeng out. Next, Lin Xian began to assign tasks to Luo Bingshan. After everything was done, Lin Xian let them go back. Looking at their backs, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Humph, child Lingfeng, it's time to settle the score with you." Chapter 1308. Next, Lin Xian returned to Star Point Peak and cultivated while waiting for news from Bingshan. During this time, the 9th Elder and the 10th Elder had also returned. They had already collected all the materials written by the Dark Red Dragon. The Dark Red Dragon looked at the materials on the ground and said confidently, "Don't worry, although my strength hasn't fully recovered, with these materials, I can definitely set up a king's killing formation." Then, he let out a strange cry and disappeared in a flash of red light with all the materials on the ground. Star Point Peak quieted down again, and Lin Xian also focused on cultivating. The Gale Lightning Sword and Illusory Demon Steps that he had obtained a few years ago had already been trained to greater completion. At first, the 5 swords could kill late-stage 9th-level martial artists, but the Illusory Demon Steps allowed him to be as fast as a peak 9th-level martial artist. Now, his main focus was on Void Shattering Finger, 9 Changes of Firmament, Sky Spill Visualization Diagram, and Angry Dragon Incantation. These 4 martial arts were all Earth-class martial arts, and their power was beyond imagination. However, as Lin Xian's soul power and physical fitness improved, the speed at which he cultivated these Earth-class techniques also increased. Now, he could already store 3 Void Shattering Finger and use the first 4 changes of 9 Changes of Firmament. However, Sky Spill Visualization Diagram still hadn't broken through. Lin Xian knew that when he could complete the 5th diagram, no one below king-level martial artist would be able to surpass him in soul power. 10 days later, the Dark Red Dragon sent news that the king's killing formation had been set up. Hearing this news, Lin Xian was overjoyed. He knew that everything was ready, and he only needed to wait for Prince Ling Feng to arrive. Not long after, Luo Bingshan also sent news that she had successfully deceived Prince Ling Feng. Great! Lin Xian clenched his fists. He had guessed correctly. Luo Bingshan's position was very high, and Prince Ling Feng definitely wouldn't doubt her words. However, Prince Ling Feng didn't dare to be careless. According to Luo Bingshan's news, she had brought a large number of 9th-level martial artists, and many of them were peak 9th-level martial artists. Even a half-step king would have a headache facing such a power. Fortunately, Lin Xian had already arranged the king killing array in advance, which was capable of killing any cultivator below the king realm. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to contend with the other party. Go! This time, Lin Xian brought along the 9th and 10th elders. 3 days later, Lin Xian, Elder Zhou, and the others landed on a lone mountain. This mountain was called Chongling Mountain. It was far away from the city and could be said to be very remote. The trees on the mountain were lush and verdant. Birds and beasts flew away, bringing with them a rich vitality. In one of the empty spaces, the Dark Red Dragon was dancing with joy. The setup is complete. It was finally done. Haha, this emperor is a genius. Lin Xian, Elder 9, and the rest landed and looked around curiously. Where is the array formation? 9th Elder was puzzled. The 10th Elder also frowned. Is there a formation here? Of course there is. Not only is there a formation, it's a peerless formation. The dark red dragon said proudly. I've set up a king-killing array here. It can definitely kill any cultivator below the king realm. There's also a spatial formation that can trap everyone and prevent them from escaping. It can also prevent us from being trapped. You can say that as long as they come in, they'll definitely die. The dark red dragon said proudly. So powerful. Elder Jiao and Elder Jiao stared. Lin Xian also nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. However, the dark red dragon continued, although it's powerful, there's also a shortcoming, and that's the range of the formation. These formations aren't very big. They only cover a mountain. If you want to attack, you have to grasp the timing. Otherwise, if some people can't enter, it'll be futile no matter how strong the formation is. Is it a problem of distance? Indeed, it seems like we need to discuss it properly. However, a mountain is enough, Lin Xian said. Next, Lin Xian and the rest began to simulate various battle scenarios. After everything was set up, Lin Xian began to appear in the vicinity from time to time. It didn't take long for the Duan clan to discover him. Reporting to young master, Lin Xian is indeed near Chongling Mountain, the scout reported. How many people are with him? Young master Lingfang asked. He had already heard the news, but now that it was confirmed, he was finally excited. Only 2 elders from the palace of Ares. So few. Upon hearing this, many cultivators frowned. Young master Lingfang also asked in a deep voice, "Are you sure you didn't miss anything?" "No." The scout reported. However, they're very careful. Moreover, their movement techniques are very strange. They all have methods to conceal their auras. Even I only discovered them after a long time. I see. He must be relying on some special method to think that others won't be able to find him. That's why he dared to bring 2 guards with him. Ha, he's dead for sure this time. Young Master Lingfeng was also ecstatic. However, he didn't lose his rationality. We can't be careless. There might be experts hiding in the dark. However, so what if there are experts? This time, I'll bring enough cultivators. We must kill him. Listen up, immediately gather 59th level supremacies. Among them, I want 10 peak 9th level supremacies. Also, inform the Skynet organization to let Luo Bingshan bring along a 5-star assassin and follow me. This time, young Master Lingfeng could be said to have mobilized all the forces in his hands. Peak 9th level supremacies were extremely terrifying existences. One of them could destroy a secret villa like the previous one. If 10 peak 9th level supremacies stood together, even a half-step king wouldn't be their match. Only a true king wouldn't be afraid of such a formation. Not only that, but there were also countless 9th level supremacies and the entire Skynet organization. One had to know that Luo Bingshan was the king of assassins who could assassinate peak 9th level supremacies. To be honest, if he hadn't set up a king's killing formation, Lin Xian and the others wouldn't have been able to resist. However, now... Ha 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 ha, young Master Lingfeng's speed was very fast, like 10,000 lightning bolts. Not long after, he brought countless peerless experts and quickly set off for Chongling Mountain. As for Lin Xian, he had also received news of Luo Bingshan and was fully prepared. On this day, when Lin Xian left the mountain again, he finally realized that someone was watching him. Seeing this situation, Lin Xian was secretly delighted. Then, he quickly landed on the ground and walked towards the vast forest. Behind him, there were many people following. They were faintly discernible, but they didn't make a move immediately. Clearly, they still suspected that there were peerless experts guarding Lin Xian nearby. Soon, Lin Xian gathered the 9th and 10th elders and had them protect him by his side. Then, he slowed down again. The people behind him were still following him at a leisurely pace. Finally, someone couldn't help but make a move. Chapter 1309. Finally, someone couldn't help but make a move. A sword light instantly slashed forward like a rainbow. Endless killing intent enveloped Lin Xian and the other two. It was extremely terrifying. The ninth elder snorted coldly and then shattered the sword light with a punch. His gaze was like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. "Who is it? Come out." As soon as this voice sounded, the surrounding air exploded like the roar of 10,000 beasts. However, no one answered him. There were only countless figures flashing in the distance. The 10th elder sneered. This group of people finally couldn't take it anymore. "Should we kill them?" "No hurry. These people are probably just probing. Moreover, that young Master Ling Feng hasn't appeared yet. Let's wait a little longer." Lin Xian shook his head slightly. "We must make them believe that there are only 3 of us and no extra guards. Only then will young Master Ling Feng appear." "All right." The 10th elder sighed. "They'll have a good time later." Then, the 3 of them once again traversed through the forest. However, after the probing just now, the people behind them were clearly bolder. Many had even revealed their true bodies and followed behind Lin Xian and the others. Instantly, the 9th elder and the 10th elder's faces darkened. This was because they realized that many people behind them had extremely powerful auras that far surpassed theirs. There were even peak 9th stage martial artists. Damn it, this young Master Ling Feng is really careful. He actually brought peak 9th stage martial artists. And there was more than one. The 9th elder's expression was ugly. If not for the killing formation, he would probably want to escape now. The 10th elder's expression also darkened. "That's right. I also saw a few peak 9th stage martial artists. Moreover, they were all famous experts in the War God Palace. With such a lineup, even half-step kings would probably die." Lin Xian's eyes also flickered. "Not only that, there are also many assassins surrounding us. Those people are all 5-star assassins and can assassinate 9th stage martial artists. Some can even assassinate peak 9th stage martial artists." At this moment, young Master Ling Feng's subordinates were everywhere. It could be said that this was a situation of certain death. Even half-step kings couldn't escape. The terrifying assassins were like dark killing gods, hiding in the surroundings, waiting to strike. In the eyes of these people, even 9th Heaven Venerables were prey, what more Lin Xian and the others. Fortunately, Lin Xian had subdued the head venerable of the assassin organization in advance. Otherwise, he would definitely be in danger now. The dark red divine dragon also poked its head out. When it saw the assassins around it, it couldn't help but curse. "Damn, that guy is too vicious. He actually sent out so many people. Brat, I didn't expect you to be so valuable." Hearing these words, Lin Xian rolled his eyes. He was indeed valuable. Perhaps not even a half-step king could enjoy such a situation. "Young master, hurry up and do it. I keep feeling uneasy." "That's right. These people are too powerful. They can kill us in an instant. If they suddenly attack and we don't activate the formation, we'll really be finished." The 9th elder and the 7th elder's faces turned ugly. The current situation was beyond their expectations. Moreover, they had never truly seen the power of the killing formation. Although the dark red divine dragon had exaggerated, they were still not completely confident. However, Lin Xian revealed a cold smile. "No matter. Let's wait a little longer. We must lure them all into the king killing formation. This time, I'm going to give the Duan clan a big gift." In truth, he originally only wanted to kill young Master Ling Feng. However, he had changed his plan now. He wanted to kill all the cultivators who had come this time. This was because he didn't expect young Master Ling Feng to send out so many people. There were actually 10 Ninth Heaven Venerables, 40 to 50 Ninth Heaven Venerables, and countless assassins. This number was extremely terrifying. It was probably close to half of the Duan clan's strength. If these people were all killed, then the Duan clan's strength would undoubtedly be reduced by more than half. They would suffer heavy losses. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the 9th elder and the 10th elder's eyelids twitched. However, they were soon overjoyed. If so many 9th Heaven Venerables and peerless experts died, the Duan clan would probably go crazy. Thinking of the Duan clan suffering heavy losses, the two of them couldn't wait. In the distance, countless cultivators appeared like ghosts. Their terrifying aura was like a huge mountain, suppressing everything in the world. The birds and beasts in the mountain all prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. They didn't know what had happened, but that aura was like that of a king, deeply suppressing them. The sky also darkened. It was as if a dark cloud had covered the sky. An oppressive aura spread out in all directions. It was as if a great battle would break out at any time. Young Master, I've checked. There doesn't seem to be any hidden elites in the surroundings. There's only that brat Lin Xian and the 2 elders. Only these few people. Young Master Ling Feng smirked coldly. This brat is really bold. Until now, he still had some doubts. However, in the next instant, young Master Ling Feng was overjoyed. That was because he saw Lin Xian and the others suddenly rise from the ground and rush into the sky. It was as if they wanted to escape. This meant that the other party was really guilty. However, there were already countless 5-star assassins lying in ambush in the sky. At this moment, they were like ghosts. With shocking long streaks, they ruthlessly slashed at Lin Xian and the others. Instantly, they were once again pushed down the mountain. Want to leave? Not so easy. Young Master Ling Feng smirked coldly. Now, he finally believed that there were no elites protecting Lin Xian. Otherwise, he wouldn't have escaped so pathetically. Go. Break his legs first. Make him kneel on the ground to welcome me. Young Master Ling Feng's black hair fluttered as he looked down like an emperor. Instantly, the 7 5-star assassins in the sky and a few 9th Heaven supremacies quickly flew forward. These people were very fast. They were like shooting stars and arrows. Especially the 5-star assassins hidden in the void. They were even more silent. They were like ghosts. Lin Xian's expression was also grave. They couldn't activate the king-level killing array now. They could only use themselves as bait to lure young Master Ling Feng and the others. Hence, they were in a very dangerous situation now. Elders, you must be careful. Lin Xian transmitted his voice. This was because the people who had come were all exceptional elites. Moreover, there were 5-star assassins. Although Ling Xian had completely grasped their positions, he still had to deal with them with all his might. After Lin Xian's warning, the martial artist assassins in the surroundings all moved. A terrifying aura exploded instantly. Like a sudden clap of thunder, it lit up the entire sky. That aura was like a vast ocean, about to swallow Lin Xian and the others. Countless sword lights lit up in the sky. They were like shocking rainbows. With cold killing intent, they ruthlessly pierced towards Lin Xian and the others. When they moved, they were like a sudden clap of thunder. Young Master Ling Feng's subordinates were definitely very strong. Attack! Lin Xian also shouted. His body was like a flickering shadow, instantly disappearing from the spot. The 9th elder and 10th elder also shouted angrily. The two of them joined forces and quickly defended the surroundings. Chapter 13:10. Lin Xian unleashed his lightning martial soul, which resonated with the dark clouds in the sky. Instantly, countless bolts of lightning as thick as mountains struck in all directions. Those early-stage ninth heaven martial artists couldn't escape in time and were instantly split in half. Blood mist filled the air, and the pungent smell of blood quickly spread in all directions. The ninth elder and the 10th elder also burst forth with super-strong battle prowess, killing a 5-star assassin alive. That 5-star assassin's body fell from the void, and his eyes widened. Until his death, he didn't believe that the other party could discover his tracks. Lin Xian and the other two's attack seemed to have angered young Master Ling Feng. Soon, more figures rushed over from afar. The ground trembled, and the wind howled. It was as if countless Asuras were coming back to life. Lin Xian's body was covered in swordlight, and he was like a peerless god of war. None of the supremacies who were targeted by him could survive. On the other side, the 9th elder and the 10th elder were also roaring. They had Lin Xian's warning and knew the location of all the assassins. Therefore, although they were in danger, they weren't hurt. Not only that, they seemed to have killed many 5-star assassins. Finally, the actions of Lin Xian and the rest angered those 9th heaven supremacies. One of the 9th heaven supremacies charged towards Lin Xian, while the other charged towards the 9th elder and the 10th elder. The 9th heaven supremacies were very terrifying. The moment they attacked, they displayed a great ability that could tear the sky and earth apart. Lin Xian and the 9th elder were forced to retreat. Lin Xian and the 9th elder looked at each other. Their bodies were like lightning as they flew towards the mountain peak in the distance. This was what they had discussed before. As long as the 9th heaven supremacies attacked, they would immediately retreat. Chase! We definitely can't let them escape. In the distance, young Master Ling Feng saw this scene and revealed a cruel smile. He quickly chased after them with a large number of experts. Not only that, he even ordered people to seal off the entire mountain peak. He had already thought about it. After capturing Lin Xian, he wouldn't kill him immediately. Instead, he would torture him to death and let him taste all the torture in the world. Only then could the hatred in his heart be dispelled. Soon, Lin Xian, 9th elder, and the others retreated to the isolated mountain. However, the surrounding assassins did not intend to let them go. Countless assassins sealed off all directions, and there were even peerless powerhouses that charged towards the three of them. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His expression was extremely solemn as a powerful aura burst forth from his body. He held the Lone Star sword in his hand and brandished it. Terrifying sword chi swept out in all directions. A middle-stage 9th heaven venerable was furious. He executed a powerful fist technique and punched forward. However, it was sliced in half by an incoming sword chi. A 9th layer late-stage supreme expert roared angrily. In his hands was a long spear, moving through the void like a flood dragon. However, he still couldn't stop that murderous sword. Other than venerables at the peak of the 9th level, no one could block Lin Xian's sword technique. Die, brat! A venerable at the peak of the 9th level flew into a rage. He raised his hand and struck out with a blood-red palm. Blood surged as if countless demons were screaming. A terrifying murderous aura enveloped the surroundings. Meanwhile, Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms and shouted, 9 transformations of the firmament, Dijiang transformation. Instantly, the void trembled, and a huge strange bird appeared in the void. It had 6 legs and 4 pairs of wings. Its body was huge like a mountain, and its face was a mess. It was impossible to see its real face clearly. Not only that, but its entire body was also surrounded by blazing flames. It was like a divine flame bird. Dijiang, an ancient mutated beast. It was extremely terrifying and powerful. At this moment, when Lin Xian executed it, it instantly roared in all directions. In the next instant, the terrifying energy collided with the peak ninth heaven venerable, exploding with resplendent light. In the sky, the ninth heaven venerable roared angrily. He realized that the other party could actually contend with him. This was simply too shocking. One had to know that the other party was only an 8th heaven venerable, while he was a peak 9th heaven venerable. The difference in strength between the two of them was more than 10 times. How could the other party be his match? However, he did not know that Lin Xian was proficient in many kinds of earth-tier martial arts and could erupt with more than 10 times the strength. Even a peak 9th heaven venerable might not be able to contend with him. Seeing that Lin Xian could actually contend with a peak 9th heaven venerable, young Master Ling Fei and the other peerless powerhouses were also shocked. To be honest, Lin Xian's strength was beyond their expectations. Especially young Master Ling Fei, whose expression was even more terrifying. Other than being younger than him, the other party's talent and strength were not inferior to his. If he did not get rid of the other party this time, he would definitely be the most difficult enemy to deal with in the future. Humph. So what if you can contend with a peak 9th heaven venerable? I have 10 peak venerable in my hands. I don't believe you can block all of them. Young Master Ling Feng was extremely confident. Although the other party could block 1 peak 9th heaven venerable, it was impossible for the other party to block 2 peak 9th heaven venerable. Moreover, he had 10 peak 9th heaven venerable in his hands. Just in terms of strength, his side far surpassed Lin Xian by dozens of times. The two of them were not on the same level at all. In front, just as Lin Xian executed the 9 changes of the firmament to contend with a peak 9th heaven venerable, 8 mid-9th heaven venerable suddenly appeared around him. Their expressions were cold, and like killing gods, they quickly attacked Lin Xian as if they wanted to blow him up. A terrifying aura spread out, and countless cracks appeared in the void. It was too terrifying. When these mid-9th heaven venerable joined forces, they were not inferior to a peak 9th heaven venerable at all. Lin Xian also felt the danger. He immediately snorted coldly, and his body was like lightning, quickly disappearing from the spot. In the next moment, his body appeared in the sky. However, just as he appeared, the 5-star Wine Lord's assassins attacked him from all directions. Lin Xian let out a long roar, and countless black flames surged out of his body, turning into a black wave that swept out in all directions. In the void, 3 5-star assassins did not have time to escape at all. They were swallowed by the black flames, and immediately let out miserable screams. Not long after, they were burned to ashes, and not even their bones were left. It was not over yet. Lin Xian's palm moved again, and he quickly formed the next seal. 9 changes of the firmament, Zhuyan change. Now, he had already executed the first 4 changes of the 9 changes of the firmament, and this was the 4th change. As he formed the seal, a huge red ape flew out from his fingers, and it quickly grew in the air. It was like a giant, and it was hundreds of feet tall, standing between heaven and earth. This was a divine ape, and its eyes were like lightning. Its palms reached the sky, and it was extremely powerful. As soon as it appeared, it lifted its huge foot and stomped on the 8 mid-9th heaven venerables below. The furious dragon art, in addition to the 9 changes of the firmament, 2 earth-grade martial arts, erupted with power that was 10 times stronger than Lin Xian's. This stomp was not something that the mid-9th heaven venerable ones could resist. Poof! 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 As expected, their bodies exploded, and they turned into countless blood mists, drifting in the forest. Lin Xian was like a god of war, and he was extremely brave and ferocious, shocking everyone. Chapter 13:11. On the other side, 9th Elder and 10th Elder's situation was not optimistic. They were not as strong as Lin Xian. Facing a peak 9th level venerable, they could not contend at all and could only retreat. This was with the help of the dark red divine dragon. Otherwise, they would have been killed long ago. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. His figure was like lightning as he quickly arrived beside 9th Elder and 10th Elder. The Lone Star Sword was like a bolt of lightning as it slashed out, instantly forcing the peak 9th level venerable to retreat. 9th Elder, 10th Elder, are you two alright? Lin Xian asked with concern. We're fine. Our bones are very tough. Their faces were pale, but they did not suffer any serious injuries. Although they were not injured, their expressions were not relaxed at all. They looked around and frowned. The entire lonely mountain was surrounded by a dense mass of martial artists. They were completely sealed off. Among them, there were a large number of 9th level venerables. There were even 10 peak 9th level venerables sealing off all directions. Not to mention them, even a half-step king would not be able to escape. Kid, I have to admit that you have indeed exceeded my expectations. In such a situation where death is certain, you are still able to kill so many of my guards. A cold voice sounded out. Then, the crowd dispersed. A tall and handsome youth walked through the air with several peak 9th level venerables following behind him. The youth was dressed in a golden robe. His black hair was like a waterfall. His gaze was like lightning, and his expression was cold without a trace of emotion. This was the famous young Master Ling Feng of Sky Martial Continent. Seeing Lin Xian and the rest being surrounded, he finally came out. You are Ling Feng. Lin Xian looked forward. This was the first time he had seen him. I have long heard of your name, but it seems that you are nothing much. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. What did you say? Hearing this, young Master Ling Feng's face immediately darkened. Kid, you are courting death. The surrounding martial artists also shouted coldly, how dare you be disrespectful to the young master. Quickly kneel down and kowtow to apologize with your death. On the other hand, Lin Xian raised his head and laughed arrogantly. Humph, how impressive. You really think you are a king? You dare to ignore everything. Although I'm not a king, I'm more than enough to deal with you. In front of me, you're just an ant. Young Master Ling Feng's face became cold again. Lin Xian sneered, is that so? Since you're so confident, do you dare to fight me one-on-one? Just the two of us. This is a battle to the death. No one else is allowed to interfere. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous and resounded in all directions. This is a matter between the Lin family and the Duan family. Why don't the two of us settle it? Do you dare to challenge me to a duel to the death? Lin Xian pointed his sword at young Master Ling Feng. One-on-one. Just you. Young Master Ling Feng was stunned for a moment before laughing maniacally. What, you don't dare? Lin Xian stared straight ahead. It's not that I don't dare, it's that I'm not worthy. Who do you think you are to fight me? Young Master Ling Feng sneered in disdain, as if he was a god. To be honest, the only people who can fight with me in the younger generation on this continent are the other 3 young masters. The others are not qualified to fight with me at all. You, too, are not qualified. Young Master Ling Feng's black hair fluttered in the wind. His aura was abnormally strong. He was like a god of war as he walked forward step by step. With every step he took, the void trembled and the ground cracked. Those behind him followed suit. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Looking at this scene, the dark red divine dragon was overjoyed. This is great. The other party has already entered the king's killing array. Not only him. The surrounding people have also entered. I'll activate the space array now and seal them all here so that they won't be able to run around. The dark red divine dragon was very excited. He quickly waved his dragon claws and secretly formed a space array at the outermost periphery. This array was very magical and could prevent these people from escaping. To be honest, the dark red divine dragon hated young Master Ling Feng. That was because young Master Ling Feng's cocky and arrogant attitude made the dark red divine dragon very unhappy. He couldn't wait to step on him. Hearing the dark red divine dragon's voice transmission, Lin Xian was also overjoyed. This was great. The other party had finally fallen into his trap. The act he had put in so much effort into was not in vain. Brat, to be honest, I'm not interested in someone like you because I can destroy you with a single finger. Young Master Ling Feng's expression was arrogant as he looked down on everything. But don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I'll first break your 4 limbs and break all the bones in your body. Then, I'll pull out your tendons and skin you alive. I'll also make you my slave. I'll let everyone know who the real young master of the Palace of Gods of War is. At the end, young Master Ling Feng's handsome face was abnormally sinister and his eyes were bloodshot. Obviously, he cared a lot about the title of young master of the Palace of Gods of War. Originally, as long as the Duan family took down the Palace of Gods of War, this title would be his and he would become the most dazzling person in the younger generation of the Tianwu continent. But halfway through, it was forcefully snatched away by Lin Xian. This drove him crazy, but it was all good now. Soon, he would be able to take back this title with his own hands. After this battle, he would still be the 4th young master of the Tianwu continent and the most dazzling person in the continent. And Lin Xian would be his slave, a dead dog. Thinking of this, young Master Ling Feng couldn't help but raise his head and laugh wildly. The surrounding peerless experts also sneered. But at this moment, a ray of light suddenly lit up. A terrifying killing intent erupted like a flood and engulfed the world, causing everyone's heart to go crazy. A terrifying blade light pierced through the void and ruthlessly slashed towards young Master Ling Feng. What? No! The group of people were shocked as they widened their eyes in disbelief. That arrogant laughter also stopped abruptly as if someone was choking them. They didn't believe that there were hidden experts in the surroundings who dared to make a move on young Master Ling Feng. Young Master Ling Feng was also stunned. The smile on his face turned ugly. He didn't expect that when he was at his proudest, someone would actually dare to make a move on him. And that blade light was too shocking, causing him to feel fear and trepidation. Now, he couldn't count on those peerless experts because that blade light was too fast. It arrived in front of him in an instant. At this critical moment, young Master Ling Feng roared. A blue armor quickly appeared on his body and covered his entire body, leaving only his eyes exposed. Clang! In the next moment, the shocking blade light ruthlessly slashed over and slashed on the armor, creating an earth-shattering sound. The terrifying force sent young Master Ling Feng flying, crashing into a small mountain beside him. Young Master! Those peak 9th stage venerables went crazy and ran forward like crazy. As for the other assassins, they stared at Lin Xian, preventing him from escaping. Boom! The small mountain ahead exploded and huge rocks flew everywhere. Young Master Ling Feng walked out of the rubble. He was wearing blue armor and looked extremely valiant. However, his face was abnormally ugly. The starry sky armor quickly changed and finally revealed young Master Ling Feng's face. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. Clearly, he had suffered internal injuries. Chapter 13-12. The universal armor quickly changed, revealing young Master Ling Feng's face. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. Clearly, he had suffered internal injuries. His eyes were like a venomous snake. They were extremely ferocious as he stared at the void. Anger, extreme anger. That attack was too dangerous. If not for the universal armor that could resist 70% of the damage, he would have died. Who is it? How dare you attack me? I will make you wish you were dead. Young Master Ling Feng was like an injured beast as he roared. To be honest, he was furious. Previously, he was still high and mighty, looking down on Lin Xian. But in the blink of an eye, he was sent flying and almost assassinated. He could not accept such an outcome. When the others saw that young Master Ling Feng was fine, they heaved a sigh of relief. But then, they looked at the void with gloomy expressions. What? It's you. In the next moment, everyone was stunned. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Young Master Ling Feng's body stiffened, and his mind went blank. Because there was a figure floating in the void. Black robes with red totems engraved on it. The slender figure wore a golden mask. Killing intent filled the air like a god of death. Luo Bingshan, the head venerate of the Skynet organization, the king of assassins. She was the one who had attacked. Only young Master Ling Feng had the universal armor and could dodge that attack. If it were anyone else, they would have been split in half. Not to mention the 9th level supremacies, even the 5-star assassins in the void were stunned. They did not expect their boss to attack young Master Ling Feng. What was going on? Luo Bingshan, you dare. You betray me. Young Master Ling Feng's face was ferocious as he roared in the void. He did not expect that the assassin was not Lin Xian's protector, but his own subordinate. The assassin that he had groomed actually tried to assassinate him at the most critical moment. If this were to spread, no one would believe it. But now, it had really happened. The 9th level supremacies were also shocked. They all roared, "Head Venerate Luo, are you crazy? You dare to attack young master? Surnamed Luo, did you take the wrong medicine? How dare you betray young master?" Luo Bingshan's expression was cold. He dares to go against master. He deserves to die. Crazy, really crazy. Hearing Luo Bingshan's words, everyone's mind went blank. Even young Master Ling Feng was trembling. But soon, he screamed, "Master! What master? Am I not your master?" The surrounding martial artists were also stunned. Right, could it be that Luo Bingshan had another master? Luo Bingshan snorted disdainfully and said in a cold voice, "You're not worthy of being my master." After saying that, she ignored the crowd and quickly landed on the lone mountain. With a flip of her hand, the peerless saber was put away. Luo Bingshan strode forward. Finally, he arrived in front of Lin Xian. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Luo Bingshan slowly knelt down. Luo Bingshan came before Lin Xian and slowly knelt down. His tone was extremely respectful as he shouted, "Greetings, master." Seeing this scene, everyone felt like their heads were about to explode. Shock, absolute shock. They had never imagined such a scene in their entire lives. Luo Bingshan had actually knelt down in front of an 8th heaven venerable realm cultivator. This was too unbelievable. One had to know that the other party was a 9th heaven venerable, the king of assassins, and the head of Skynet. His status even surpassed the sect master of a 6th grade sect. It could be said that his status was very high. Even when he saw young Master Ling Feng, he would only bow and salute. He had never seen him kneel before anyone. But now, Luo Bingshan was kneeling. Moreover, he was kneeling willingly and respectfully in front of a young man. Seeing this scene, young Master Ling Feng was so angry that his entire body trembled. He gritted his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. Luo Bingshan was the king of assassins, and he had spent a lot of effort to rope him in. Usually, he treated him like an important guest. Rather than saying that they were subordinates, it was more like a cooperative relationship. Of course, young Master Ling Feng had wanted to take Luo Bingshan under his wing more than once. He even wanted to make him his concubine. But no matter what he did, he failed in the end. He knew that Luo Bingshan, as the king of assassins, had his own pride. Such a person couldn't be subdued and could only be treated as a cooperative partner. But now, the scene in front of him had deeply shocked him. Something that he couldn't do, his sworn enemy, Lin Xian, had actually done it. How could he accept this? On the other side, Lin Xian smiled with satisfaction. Get up. You did well. Yes. Thank you, Master. Luo Bingshan slowly stood up and stood beside Lin Xian. Young Master Ling Feng was so angry that he laughed. Good. 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 Kid, I have underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be able to subdue such a person. This is really out of my expectations. But so what if I've subdued him? I have 10 peak 9th heaven venerables on my side and countless peerless experts. You can't escape it all. At the end, young Master Ling Feng laughed maniacally again. Today is the day you die. All of you, go. Use your full strength and kill them. Young Master Ling Feng roared crazily like a demon. Kid, how dare you go against young Master? Go to hell. The Palace of Gods of War only has one young master, and that is our young Master Ling Feng. The 10 peak 9th heaven venerables quickly attacked like gods of war, causing heaven and earth to tremble. They turned into lightning bolts and quickly charged toward Lin Xian and the others. Not only them, but the surrounding cultivators also attacked. Terrifying auras exploded, and the entire sky was completely chaotic. With so many people and the 5-star assassin in the void, it could be said that this was a peerless force that no one could stop. Looking at this terrifying scene, the 9th Elder, 10th Elder, Luo Bingshan, and the others' expressions were extremely solemn. However, they all gripped the weapons in their hands tightly, ready to fight to the death. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. Then, he shouted, "Ruffian Long, attack! Kill them all!" Facing so many people, Lin Xian finally used his ultimate move, the King's Killing Formation. Boom! 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 The sky trembled, and the ground cracked open. Strong wind swept through, and dark clouds roared. In an instant, the sky and earth of Lone Mountain changed color. Terrifying killing intent rose from the sky like peerless gods piercing through heaven and earth. This killing intent was too terrifying. The 5-star assassins' expressions changed, and they were all terrified as if they had seen a ghost. Even Luo Bingshan was shocked. This killing intent was not something she could compare to. At the most critical moment, the dark red divine dragon activated the King's Killing Formation and released a shocking killing intent that completely enveloped Lone Mountain. Young Master Ling Feng, Duan Clan. Didn't you want to kill me? Today, I'll give you a big gift. All of you will go to hell. Chapter 13:13. Hearing his voice, the entire King's Killing Formation erupted with unparalleled energy, turning the entire area into a peerless killing formation. D***, what is this? Impossible, there's actually a killing formation here. Why didn't I detect it before? This aura is too terrifying, it's definitely not something a supremacy can release. Everyone was horrified, and even the peerless experts' expressions changed because they realized that this killing intent was too terrifying, and they couldn't withstand it at all. The 5-star assassins were even trembling because in front of this aura, they were like ants facing a giant dragon, unable to resist at all. Young Master Ling Feng looked as if he had been struck by lightning, and his entire person became abnormally ferocious. Impossible. This is impossible. Why is there a killing formation here? Go, break it for me. Young Master Ling Feng roared crazily as if he had gone mad. His body was quickly covered with the galaxy armor, blocking all the killing intent. However, he wasn't in a good situation. Although the galaxy armor could block 70% of the damage, the killing intent here was too terrifying. Even if it was weakened by 70%, it was still not something he could withstand. At this moment, regardless of whether it was a 9th Heaven supremacy or a 5-star assassin, their faces were pale and filled with despair. Once the king's killing formation was activated, it was earth-shattering, enveloping everyone and turning them into azure hell. However, at this moment, a peak 9th Heaven supremacy roared crazily. Everyone, don't be deceived. He's only an 8th Heaven supremacy, it's impossible for him to have such a powerful killing formation. This must be an illusion, he's trying to interfere with us. As long as everyone works together and rushes out quickly, we can break the formation. At that time, that kid will definitely die. This was a peerless expert and also young Master Ling Feng's guardian. At this critical moment, his thunderous voice stunned everyone. Instantly, everyone quieted down and quickly adjusted their bodies. Yes, this can't be real. There are so many of us, and there are even 10 peak 9th Heaven supremacies. If we work together, we can definitely break it. At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with hope. However, in the next moment, they fell into the abyss of despair once again. The king's killing formation trembled and released a shocking sword light that tore through heaven and earth, directly splitting the peak 9th Heaven supremacy who had shouted earlier in half. Pooh! The corpse split open from the middle and fell to the ground. Blood and internal organs spilled all over the ground. The pungent smell of blood quickly spread out. No! This scene made everyone around feel as if they were struck by lightning. Their faces were deathly pale. The hope that had just risen in their hearts was extinguished just like that. Previously, they had thought that this was just an illusion technique, which did not have much power at all. However, just as they finished speaking, a 9th Heaven peak venerable had died in front of them. Moreover, he had been directly killed by a beam of killing intent. They now knew that this was not an illusion, because no illusion could affect all of them. This was a true peerless killing array, one that could instantly kill a peak 9th level killing array. Everyone had lost their courage in the face of this killing array. Each and every one of them was in utter despair. Lin Xian and the others arrived at a corner of the killing array and were protected by countless killing auras. The power of this king's killing array was beyond his expectations. It could even kill someone at the peak of the 9th level. He knew that the people below were finished. None of them could escape. Although he was not a bloodthirsty person, he did not have any pity at this time. Because these people wanted to kill him, he was just returning the favor. Kikik, how is it, kid? My king's killing array is powerful, right? The dark red dragon looked around and was very satisfied. As for the 9th elder, the 10th elder, and Luo Bingshan, they were extremely shocked and dumbfounded. They did not expect that there would be such a terrifying killing array in the world that could easily kill a peak 9th level venerable. Looking at the terrifying aura, it was likely that no one below the king level could escape. But soon, the 9th elder and the others laughed wildly. In the past few years, they had been suppressed by the Duan clan. Many of their companions had been killed by the Duan clan in battle. It could be said that they were extremely miserable. Now that they had Lin Xian, their young master, they could finally avenge this grudge. The ninth elder's eyes were like lightning. His eyes were red as he stared at a figure in front of him. Old dog Duan, last time you brought people from the Duan clan to kill my good friend and forced us out of the palace of gods of war. Now, your retribution has finally come. The ninth elder pretended to be crazy as he stared at a peak ninth level venerable in front of him. That was an extremely tall old man with thick arms like a demon. His body exuded a terrifying aura. When he heard the ninth elder's voice, his expression was extremely ugly. Humph. I'll let you be arrogant for a while. When I go out later, I'll definitely kill all of you remaining evils. The tall old man's expression was ferocious, and his voice was like thunder that shook the surroundings. The dark red dragon sneered and quickly activated the king's killing array. Immediately, the sky trembled, and a shocking sword light descended, piercing through the tall old man. Ah! The tall peak ninth level venerable was pierced through the heart by thousands of arrows, and his corpse was nailed to the ground. Awesome! Ha 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 ha! Old friend, I've finally avenged you. The ninth elder laughed wildly. Seeing that, the 10th elder was also excited. He quickly scanned his surroundings and finally stared at a peak 9th level venerable. Evil-eyed boy, I'll see you killed with my own eyes today. The 10th elder stared at a short old man with red hair. There was an evil eye between his brows, and he looked like a demon. At that moment, he used all of his strength and turned into a flash of light, shuttling quickly through the entire killing array. Hearing the 10th elder's words, the other party let out a sharp cry. Just you wait. When I go out, I'll definitely kill your entire family. However, what responded to him was dozens of purple lightning bolts. They were like lightning dragons that descended from the sky, and the terrifying lightning drowned him. Boom! 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 The terrifying lightning bolts pierced through heaven and earth, blasting the evil-eyed boy into pieces. Ha 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 ha! The evil-eyed boy is finally dead. The 10th elder was also excited. The remaining peak 9th level venerables had extremely ugly expressions. They quickly gathered beside young Master Ling Feng. Young Master, quickly use the spatial teleportation scroll. Let's leave this place. Young Master Ling Feng looked at the corpses all over the ground, and his heart was bleeding. These were the elites of the Duan family. Many of them were peerless experts in the 9th heaven, and they were the backbone of their family. Now that they were killed here, it was too painful. However, he also knew how powerful this killing array was, so he didn't dare to take it head-on. At that moment, when he heard the advice of the elders, he immediately took out a black scroll. Lin Xian, you killed so many of my experts today. When I go out, I'll definitely kill your entire family. Not only that, everyone related to you will die. Young Master Ling Feng's expression was ferocious. In the next moment, he bit his finger and dripped blood on the black scroll. Chapter 13-14. In the next moment, he bit his finger and dripped his blood onto the black scroll. Instantly, the scroll opened up and formed a black light that enveloped young Master Ling Feng and the few peak 9th heaven cultivators. They turned into a black light and disappeared. That scroll was extremely precious. It was a spatial scroll that contained a spatial array that could teleport people out instantly. It could be said to be the best method to save one's life. Such a life-saving item was extremely precious in the Tianwu continent. Among these people, only young Master Ling Feng had it. If it was any other array, young Master Ling Feng and the rest might really be able to escape. But this time, it did not work. Previously, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon had already set up a spatial array around the king's killing array in order to prevent others from using the spatial array to escape. Indeed, not long after young Master Ling Feng and the rest disappeared into the void, they were shaken out by a strange force. What? The spatial scroll has lost its effect. How is this possible? Young Master Ling Feng's expression was extremely ugly as he roared crazily. The peak ninth heaven honorables around him also had looks of despair. This was spatial teleportation, an extremely precious method to escape. But now, it had actually lost its effect. Who was the other party? He actually had such an unfathomable method. Not only could he set up such a powerful killing array, but he could also prevent them from escaping. Impossible, how is this possible? He's just a brat from the wildlands. How can he have so many methods? Young Master Ling Feng did not dare to believe it. He realized that he had completely underestimated the other party. Too mysterious. The other party had endless methods that far surpassed him. Kill. Kill him for me. As long as he's dead, this array will definitely stop. Young Master Ling Feng roared crazily. The peak ninth heaven honorables around him also went crazy. Now that their escape route had been sealed, they could only survive by killing Lin Xian. In the next moment, they all stared in the southeast direction because that was where Lin Xian and the rest were. Brat, go to hell. A peak ninth heaven honorable roared and quickly pulled out the treasure sword on his back. His entire body turned into a shocking sword light as he quickly stabbed towards Lin Xian. This was an all-out attack from a level 9 peak expert, and it was incomparably terrifying. The sword light shattered the entire void, forming a black torrent that instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian and the others. Die! The long sword was like a dragon, carrying a shocking aura as it pierced forward. The vengeful attack of a peak ninth heaven venerable was extremely terrifying. In an instant, it had arrived in front of Lin Xian. Die, brat! This peak ninth heaven venerable realm cultivator's expression was savage, and it was as if he could already see Lin Xian being pierced through by the sword. However, a purple light suddenly flickered, and a terrifying sword light descended from the sky, directly piercing through the top of the venerable master's head. A terrifying murderous aura swept out and killed the peak ninth heaven venerable. Clang! The ninth heaven venerable Tier's corpse and the sword in his hand fell to the ground with a resounding clang. All of you are unforgivable. Since you dared to kill me, you can stay here forever. Lin Xian's voice resounded in all directions. Shameless boasting. Brat, you're too arrogant. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. 3 peak ninth heaven venerables roared angrily and quickly charged over from afar. One of them had a cold expression, and powerful lightning surrounded his body. He was like the god of thunder, bringing with him a powerful sea of lightning as he charged over quickly. The other person was extremely tall, and his entire body flickered as if it was made of gold. His entire body was filled with power. He could easily tear apart heaven and earth with a raise of his hand. The last person was even more terrifying. Just his aura alone could cause the wind and clouds to change. A purple light flickered in his palm, emitting a terrifying energy. The energy gathered in the air, forming a purple light blade that slashed towards Lin Xian. The 3 peak ninth heaven venerables combined could definitely destroy everything. However, they could not stop the king's killing formation at all. Poof! A low sound was heard, and instantly, the purple light blade in the void cracked and turned into countless pieces. At the same time, the entire king's killing formation was activated, and a terrifying murderous aura shrouded the surroundings. The void cracked, and the ground caved in. Terrifying murderous sword light pierced through heaven and earth, rampaging in all directions. The 3 peak ninth heaven venerables roared angrily, resisting the murderous sword light with all their might. However, this was the king's killing formation, and it was extremely terrifying. The three Ninth Heaven Venerables could not resist it at all. First, it was the powerhouse surrounded by purple energy. The purple light blade he shot out was instantly shattered. Not only that, but his arms also cracked rapidly, and countless cracks appeared. Then, his arms cracked, turning into a bloody mist. Next, it was his entire body. In front of such a peerless killing weapon, peak Ninth Heaven Venerables could not resist at all. In an instant, a peak Ninth Heaven Venerables was killed. Next, it was the powerhouse whose entire body was emitting golden light. He was a powerhouse in body refinement and was extremely terrifying. Even a half-Earth grade treasure could not hurt him at all. However, in front of this murderous aura, his golden body quickly cracked, turning into a pile of rotten flesh. The last lightning venerables were even more unlucky. The terrifying murderous aura directly detonated the lightning on his body, and he instantly exploded into a bloody mist, no longer existing. Seeing this scene, everyone's scalps went numb, and their faces were filled with despair. Even the powerful peak Ninth Heaven Venerables could not resist, let alone them. Join forces, join forces. Break out of the encirclement. In the distance, Prince Ling Feng also roared crazily. He had the cosmic battle armor that could block 70% of the damage, so he was still alive. Of course, this was not just the effect of the cosmic battle armor. He was not constantly swallowing natural treasures to prevent himself from dying. The remaining peak Ninth Heaven Venerables did not dare to charge anymore. They quickly gathered together and discussed with each other how to launch a surprise attack. Not long after, a red-haired old man revealed a ferocious expression. He gritted his teeth and said, "Brat, I'll let you experience my Duan family's forbidden technique today. God-slaying demon-slaughtering formation." The last three peak Ninth Heaven Venerables joined forces and shot out a series of mysterious trajectories. Instantly, three arm-like streaks of blood flew out of their bodies and quickly intertwined in the air. Not only that, but many cultivators in the surroundings also exploded, turning into a bloody mist. The bloody mist seemed to be guided by an unknown force, and all of them came to the front of the three Ninth Heaven Venerables. Soon, the bloody mist increased, and finally formed a bloody sword. This bloody sword was 30 meters long, and it floated in the air, emitting a dense bloody aura. It could even block the murderous aura formed by the king killing formation. As for the three peak Ninth Heaven Venerables, they burned all the spiritual power in their bodies and exploded with an extremely powerful energy. Six palms grabbed the bloody sword aura and slashed forward fiercely. Boom! The bloody sword slashed forward, and the entire space collapsed. Even the murderous swords could not block it. Chapter 13-15. Boom! The blood-red sword slashed forward, and the entire void collapsed. Even the killing swords could not stop it. Soon, the blood-red sword arrived above Lin Xian and the others and slashed down quickly. The killing aura in front of Lin Xian actually cracked, as if it could not withstand the power of the blood-red sword. Meanwhile, Lin Xian and the others' pupils constricted, and they quickly retreated. A terrifying hole appeared where they had been. It was bottomless and emitted a dense killing aura. "What's going on?" Lin Xian asked in a low voice. The ninth elder and the others were also panicking. Could it be that the killing formation has been broken? The dark red divine dragon's expression was also ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's fine. The formation is not broken. It's just that we were careless just now. I didn't expect these people to have such a forbidden technique." The sword just now was indeed terrifying because it was formed by the lives of three peak ninth heaven supremacies burning their spirit power, dozens of ninth heaven supremacies, and hundreds of eighth heaven supremacies. It could be said that its power was boundless. Die, brat. The three-peak ninth heaven supremacies were pale. It seemed that the sword had consumed too much of their energy, but they still spared no effort to push it forward. Are we going to attack? Lin Xian's eyes were like lightning as he gripped the Lone Star sword tightly. The dark red divine dragon shook his head. Next, I'll let you see what a true king's killing formation is. It turned out that the dark red divine dragon had not fully activated the killing formation's power because it had consumed a lot of his energy to use it. However, the other party had obviously provoked him now. Therefore, he had to attack with all his might. In the next instant, the king's killing formation trembled and exploded with an incomparable light. Countless killing aura condensed in the air, forming many giant dragons that roared in all directions. With a swing of their tails, hundreds of martial artist assassins were instantly smashed into a bloody mist. Corpses flew everywhere, and blood splattered everywhere. The entire mountain peak was like azure hell. It was extremely terrifying. One of the giant dragons even charged toward the blood-red sword. With a roar, the giant dragon crashed into the blood-red sword and instantly broke it. That terrifying force caused the three-peak ninth heaven supremacies to vomit blood and fly backward. How dare you sneak attack me? You're all dead. The dark red divine dragon was enraged, and it waved its claws. Boundless killing intent formed multiple chains that locked the three ninth heaven venerables in the void. Lin Xian's figure flickered, arriving in front of the three and taking their storage rings. Two of them roared angrily and wanted to self-detonate to drag Lin Xian down with them. However, hundreds of sword lights appeared in the void and completely pierced through the two of them. The other person was also pierced through the heart by thousands of arrows, nailing him to the void. The last three peak venerables died on the spot, and a large number of the surrounding cultivators died as well. Now, only a tenth of them were still alive. Those who were still alive were terrified and screamed miserably. They regretted coming to kill Lin Xian. If they hadn't come, they wouldn't have to face such danger. However, it was too late now. On the other hand, Lin Xian's gaze swept across the surroundings like lightning before finally locking onto a figure. Ling Feng. Lin Xian snorted coldly as he gripped the Lone Star sword tightly and strode forward. The king's killing array was extremely terrifying. Until now, those peerless experts had all died, and only a few useless cultivators were still running for their lives. However, there was an exception among them. One expert was still alive, and that was Prince Ling Feng. He was wearing the galactic armor, and his entire body was emitting a blue light. He was like a god of war walking on the earth. With the galactic armor's powerful defense, Prince Ling Feng had forcefully resisted until now. However, his situation was not optimistic because he didn't have many spirit herbs left. If he couldn't escape now, he would die here sooner or later. In the next moment, his body trembled as he felt a gaze lock onto him. Lin Xian. Prince Ling Feng gritted his teeth with a ferocious expression. It was this young man in front of him who had destroyed everything he had. Now, he wanted nothing more than to tear the other party apart. Lin Xian's expression was even colder. He snorted and strode forward with the Lone Star sword. The two of them were mortal enemies to begin with. There was nothing to say. Now that they met, there was only a battle. Seeing the other party charging over, Prince Ling Feng roared at the sky ferociously. Brat, who do you think you are? You dare to make a move against me? Didn't you just rely on a killing array to kill countless of my experts? Without the killing array, you're not my match at all. Your Lin family is also not my Duan family's match. He was really mad. Previously, he was incomparably arrogant and took all the upper hand. However, he didn't expect that just because of a killing array, all the advantages he had before were all gone. Not only that, but he also suffered a crushing defeat. All the peerless experts around him were dead, and he was the only one left. Those experts were all his strength. It was even half of the Duan family's strength. Now that all the experts under him were gone, the Duan family found a serious blow. All of this was thanks to Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian laughed coldly. You don't need to provoke me. I didn't plan to use the killing array in the first place. I alone am enough to deal with you. Today, I'll let you know that even without the killing array, I can still kill you. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered, and his battle intent was high. He held the Lone Star sword, and his entire person was like a sword god, emitting a dazzling light. Boom! In the next moment, he swung his long sword, and a terrifying sword chi swept across heaven and earth, violently slashing forward. This sword was powerful and heavy, as if a raging dragon was lying in the void. Clang! Prince Ling Feng swung his fist, contending with the huge sword chi in the sky. Then, there was an earth-shattering explosion. However, his body flew backward, crashing into countless mountains. He had suffered serious internal injuries in the killing array just now, so he couldn't use his full strength now. Moreover, Lin Xian's sword was too terrifying. Lin Xian didn't pursue after sending his opponent flying. Instead, he stood in the void and said coldly, I know you have the imperishable golden pill. Hurry up and eat it. Otherwise, you're not my match. Prince Ling Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up slowly. He took out a golden elixir from his storage ring and swallowed it quickly. Then, all the injuries on his body healed instantly, and even his strength reached its peak. Brat, I'll let you know the difference between us. In front of me, you'll always be an ant. Prince Ling Feng regained his confidence. Lin Xian didn't say anything. Instead, he used his actions to answer the other party. He swung the Lone Star sword, and countless sword chi slashed forward. It's useless. I have the astral armor, which can block 70% of the damage. Your sword chi can't hurt me at all. Prince Ling Feng laughed maniacally, and his entire body emitted a dazzling light. He was like a god of war, shuttling through the countless sword chi. Then, he came in front of Lin Xian and threw out a punch. Boom! Terrifying energy exploded like an ancient beast. Chapter 13-16. Child Lingfeng laughed maniacally as his entire body emitted a dazzling light. He was like a god of war as he shuttled through the countless sword rays. Then, he arrived in front of Lin Xian and threw out a punch. Boom! A terrifying force exploded like an ancient beast. Galaxy armor. I have one too. Facing Child Lingfeng's punch, Lin Xian snorted coldly as a blue armor appeared on his body. Moreover, under the blue armor, there was a bright red armor. It was the Red Lotus armor. When he used both armors, he could block 80% of the damage. His defense was even stronger than Child Lingfeng's. Therefore, his opponent's punch did not hurt Lin Xian at all. Lin Xian's sword chi was like a mountain as it suppressed Child Lingfeng and forced him to retreat. Galaxy armor. So you have one too. Good. 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 Kid, I didn't expect you to have such a move. Child Lingfeng's expression was cold as he took out a treasured fan. It seemed that he was going to use some powerful ultimate move. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He did not want to waste any more time with his opponent, so he quickly used the Raging Dragon Will. Instantly, his body's strength increased by 5 times. Not only that, but he also used the secret technique, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, to burn his blood energy and increase his strength by 5 times. With that, he exploded with 10 times his strength. Not only that, he had the Lone Star sword in his hand, which could be stacked by 5 times. In an instant, he used the Gale Lightning Sword. With the 5 swords stacked together, Lin Xian exploded with 20 times his strength. 5 swords in one. Die! In the sky, 5 gigantic swords appeared and filled the sky, emitting an ancient aura. Then, the 5 gigantic swords quickly merged into one, forming a solid ancient sword that slashed forward. Child Lingfang's expression changed drastically. He did not expect his opponent to fight him to the death. However, he also roared and exploded with all his strength. Together with the treasured fan in his hand, he quickly blasted out. The next moment, the two forces collided and exploded in the air. The terrifying energy engulfed the two figures. When everything disappeared, Lin Xian stood in the air like a god of war, while young Master Ling Feng retreated pathetically and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Although he used all his strength to block that sword strike, he was still seriously injured. Damn it! Impossible! How could he have such power? Young Master Ling Feng was clenching his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. He had never imagined that an 8th heavenly layer venerable brat would be able to display a strength stronger than his own. This was simply unacceptable to him. Moreover, what made him even more terrified was that the other party was not injured at all. With this comparison, the difference in strength was obvious. It's not like that. I must have been careless. Brat, just you wait. I'll use all my strength right now. I'll definitely be able to kill you. Young Master Ling Feng went crazy. He took out another indestructible golden pellet and was about to swallow it. Lin Xian coldly snorted and pointed his finger. In an instant, the void-shattering finger flew out and slammed into Prince Ling Feng's hand. The huge force shattered the indestructible golden pellet. You! Search! Die! Seeing that his life-saving divine pellet had been shattered, Prince Ling Feng roared crazily. He was unwilling to give up. He still had many secret techniques that he had not used yet. With his strength, as long as he used those secret techniques, he would definitely be able to kill his opponent. However, Lin Xian sneered disdainfully, "Stop struggling. You can't defeat me. Today, I'll let you die under my strongest move." With that, Lin Xian closed his eyes and put the Lone Star sword back into its sheath. Dragon Sword Soul. When Lin Xian opened his eyes again, a green sword shadow had already appeared in front of him. A dragon-shaped longsword floated in the void, exuding a terrifying aura, which shocked the surrounding king's killing intent. For a moment, the entire mountain peak was silent. There was no sound at all. The surviving cultivators looked at the dragon-shaped longsword in a daze. Prince Ling Feng's pupils shrank as his scalp went numb. Impossible, this is impossible. He was too shocked. The dragon-shaped sword shadow was too terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the killing intent around him. This power was definitely enough to kill him. He could not understand how his opponent could have such a terrifying sword shadow. Prince Ling Feng's face was pale. He knew that his opponent was right. No matter what secret techniques he used, he would not be able to block the sword qi in front of him. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth and burned his spiritual power. He turned and ran. The Duan clan's first young master, Prince Ling Feng of the Sky Martial Continent. He was a prodigy of the younger generation. However, such a dazzling figure was like a stray dog in front of Lin Xian. He did not even have the strength to fight back. As for Lin Xian, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the dragon sword soul. Then, he slashed forward. With one slash, the heavens and earth lost their color. Even the killing intent around him was suppressed. In the sky, the escaping Prince Ling Feng's body trembled as his pupils dilated. Then, countless sword scars appeared on his body. It was extremely terrifying. Finally, with a boom, he exploded into a bloody mist. The famous Prince Ling Feng of the Sky Martial Continent was killed in one slash. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. Prince Ling Feng was the hope of the Duan clan. He was the future master of the Duan clan. However, he was killed. No matter how dazzling or powerful you were when you were alive, as long as you were dead, nothing would exist. As for the remaining Duan clan martial artists, Lin Xian did not say anything. Instead, he waved his hand and killed everyone. The 9th Elder, the 10th Elder, and Luo Bingshan looked at their surroundings in shock. Previously, they did not dare to imagine such a scene. One had to know that Prince Ling Feng had brought along 10 9th level peak supremacies, over 50 9th level supremacies, and close to 108th level supremacies. Other than that, there were countless 7th level supremacies and 5-star assassins. Such a force could kill a half-step king. However, at this moment, all of them were dead. They knew that if this matter were to spread out, it would definitely shake the entire Sky Martial Continent. At that time, the Duan clan would definitely go all out and counterattack crazily. Because killing so many peerless experts at once was something that had never happened in the Sky Martial Continent. Furthermore, not only were there peerless experts, Prince Ling Feng had also died. The Duan clan would definitely go crazy. At that time, they would definitely chase after Lin Xian all over the world. Lin Xian's expression was calm as he said, "Clean up the battlefield and collect all the storage rings. Then, we will leave." Whing! 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 The peerless killing array shook and quickly disappeared. Soon, the surrounding scene appeared. It was still night, and countless dark clouds gathered in the sky. It was so dark that it made people feel depressed. However, as the king's killing array disappeared, the dark clouds quickly dissipated. Finally, a full moon appeared in the sky, emitting a cold light. Chapter 13-17. With the disappearance of the king's killing array, the dark clouds quickly dissipated. The last full moon hung in the sky, emitting a chilling light. On the other hand, the entire Chongling Mountain had been shattered and turned into ruins. Not only that, the ground was filled with corpses and blood. The pungent smell of blood filled the air, making the entire place look like hell. The 9th Elder and the 10th Elder quickly collected the storage rings scattered on the ground. Previously, when the Crimson Divine Dragon activated the array to kill, it purposely left the warrior's storage rings untouched. Hence, they were all collected by Lin Xian and the rest. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the void. There was a set of blue armor floating and flickering. Beside it, there was an ancient ring. The blue armor was naturally the Starry Sky armor, the one that belonged to young Master Ling Feng. Previously, Lin Xian did not destroy the armor. Instead, it landed on young Master Ling Feng's body. Hence, young Master Ling Feng's body turned into a bloody mist. However, the Starry Sky armor and storage ring were unharmed. With a wave of his hand, the two treasures in the void flew towards Lin Xian. Soon, the Starry Sky armor and storage ring arrived in front of Lin Xian. The Starry Sky armor was a defensive treasure. It could withstand 70% of the damage, which was rare in the world. It was because of this treasure that young Master Ling Feng could last until the end. Even king families did not have many of such treasures. They were only given to the most important people. However, now, Lin Xian had another set. The storage ring beside it was also young Master Ling Feng's. There must be a lot of treasures in it. With a wave of his hand, he kept the two treasures in the white bone ring. On the other side, the 9th Elder, the 10th Elder, and the rest had also cleaned up the battlefield and collected all the storage rings. Then, Lin Xian released countless black flames, forming a sea of black flames that enveloped the entire mountain. The mountain, trees, corpses, and blood were all turned into ashes in the terrifying black flames. In the end, nothing was left. Lin Xian and the rest soared into the sky and disappeared into the night sky. A few days later, the news still spread. It was no secret that young Master Ling Feng had led a large group of experts to hunt them down. However, there was no news of them after a few days. This meant that they must have met with some mishap. All sorts of news were flying around, and the Duan clan's experts were doing their best to find out, trying to dispel all sorts of lies. But in the end, they still despaired. No matter how they searched, they couldn't find young Master Ling Feng and the others. There could only be one result. It can't be. There are so many peerless experts and terrifying assassins. Could it be that they were all killed? Everyone was shocked, and the entire continent went crazy. What? All the 9th Heavenly Layer peak powerhouses are dead. How was this possible? How could Lin Xian and the others possess such strength? They were really dumbfounded. 9th Heaven Peak. It was a top-rate combat strength in the Exalt realm, and it was terrifying to the extreme. However, at this moment, he was actually killed by someone. Could it be that it was done by Lin Xian and his group, as someone guessed? This was because they didn't believe that Lin Xian and his group alone could kill a 9th Heaven Peak stage paragon. However, someone quickly spread the news and said, "It's not like that." The experts from Lin Xian and his group didn't make a move. Because to kill such a powerful force like young Master Ling Feng, it definitely wasn't something that 1 or 2 experts could do. Even if they made a move, it should be cultivators of similar strength. With so many people making a move, it would definitely attract everyone's attention. It was impossible that no one noticed. So, this wasn't done by Lin Xian and his group at all. Then who exactly is it? Could it be that Lin Xian still has other mysterious forces? Someone guessed. However, the more they dug out the truth, the more shocked they were. It's not just one 9th Heaven Peak stage paragon, but 10 9th Heaven Peak stage paragons. And they're all dead. Everyone's mind went blank, and they didn't dare to believe it. Heavens! Those 9th Heaven paragons were all killed mercilessly as if they were harvested chives. There were also hundreds of 8th Heaven paragons, countless cultivators, and assassins. None of them escaped. What kind of method is this? It's really too heaven-defying. This can no longer be described as shocking. This is practically a miracle. I'm afraid only kings can do something like this. One had to know that young Master Ling Feng's group could already kill half-step kings. So, apart from kings, no one else could do it. Big news. Shocking news. The battlefield has been discovered by experts at Chongling Mountain. Before long, more news came. It turned out that a peerless expert had discovered the location of the battle. Instantly, countless cultivators soared into the sky and rushed towards Chongling Mountain. Looking at the pitch-black hole that had been completely burned, all the cultivators felt their scalps go numb. Those peerless experts frowned, because although everything was burned, they could still sense the residual smell of blood in the air, as well as the endless murderous aura. What kind of aura is this? It's too terrifying. It's not something a paragon can release. It's too terrifying. There's so much blood in the air. It's definitely not caused by 1 or 2 corpses. There are definitely hundreds of corpses. Moreover, they're all experts, peerless experts. This is probably half of the Duan family's strength. They've actually been wiped out. I'm afraid the Duan family is going crazy this time. Lin Xian has already grown to such an extent. His ability is so heaven-defying. I'm afraid the remaining members of the Duan family aren't a match for him. That kid is too dangerous. We absolutely can't make an enemy out of him. For a time, everyone was terrified. Indeed, a few hundred experts had died in this battle. There were even a few tens of peerless experts and young Master Ling Feng who was renowned throughout the continent. It could be said that this was the most horrifying battle in the past few hundred years. The shock from this battle didn't disappear just like that. Instead, it grew even more intense and swiftly affected the entire continent. The Duan family. The estate was deathly silent. When they found out that young Master Ling Feng and all the experts he'd brought with him had been killed, all of them were stunned on the spot. They didn't dare believe it, nor did they dare accept it. Because it was half of their clan's strength. Young Master Ling Feng was the future master of the Duan family. However, all of them had actually been killed, and not a single one had escaped alive. It was even to the extent that they didn't even know what method their enemy had used. For a time, the entire Duan family was in panic, and they felt like the end of the world was coming. On the other hand, the Martial Exalt was even more frenzied. The Duan family's ancestor was in closed-door cultivation and was trying his best to break through into the King realm, so he didn't know about this. The entire Duan family was under the control of the Martial Exalt now, and he went completely berserk when he found out that his son had been killed. On that very day, he led a group of experts and left the Duan family to pursue Lin Xian. But he quickly regretted it because he was targeted as soon as he showed himself. It turned out that a quasi-king had ambushed him with the intention of using his head to exchange for a longevity pill. It wasn't just that, he'd encountered a formidable opponent. Chapter 13-18. Wu Zun led countless experts and left the Duan family to chase after Lin Xian. However, he soon regretted it because he was targeted the moment he appeared. A half-step king wanted to use his head to exchange for a longevity pill. Not only that, but he also met a powerful opponent. Sword Venerable. He met Sword Venerable. At this moment, Sword Venerable's figure was tall and straight. Although his hair was still white, there was no trace of age on his face. Not only that, his aura was even sharper. It was as if a divine sword had been unsheathed. Sword Venerable had been reborn. Not only had his body recovered, but even his cultivation had recovered. A few months ago, Sword Venerable had taken a longevity pill and obtained 30 years of lifespan. After a few months of recovery and taking old-time tea, his body had reached its peak and his cultivation had recovered to the half-step king realm. This could be said to be a miracle. The entire continent was shocked. The deity Sword Villa went crazy, and Sword Venerable himself was even more excited. Of course, all of this was because of Lin Xian, so he was very grateful to Lin Xian. Now that he knew that Wu Zun wanted to kill Lin Xian, he was naturally the first to rush forward. Wu Zun's face turned green because the other party was a peerless expert who had shaken the continent 1,000 years ago. His sword skills were unfathomable and definitely not inferior to his own. Not only that, there were half-step kings hiding around who wanted to take his life. It could be said that he was in a very awkward situation. If he were to fight, he would not be able to gain any advantage and might even be killed. However, if he were to leave just like that, he would not be able to vent the anger in his heart. For a moment, these people were stunned in the void. Wu Zun was so angry that his body trembled. In the end, his body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Good. 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 Lin Xian, Sword Venerable, I'll remember you. And those people hiding in the dark, just you wait. When my father becomes a king, all of you will die. He roared crazily like a crazy beast. However, in the end, he had no choice but to return to the Duan family with a group of experts. When the news spread, the entire continent was shocked again. They did not expect that even Wuzun would be forced to retreat and could not attack. This Lin Xian's strength was just too strong. Everyone was shocked, and the forces and clans that were allied with the Duan clan all fell silent. Many of their people were even transferred back, and none of them dared to find trouble with Lin Xian. It could be said that at this moment, Lin Xian was in the limelight, overshadowing the four young masters of Tianwu. No one in the younger generation could compare to him. While the outside world was in chaos, Lin Xian and the others had already returned to Star Point Peak. They knew that once this news spread out, it would definitely cause a commotion across the entire continent. At that time, the Duan clan would also crazily counterattack, so they returned early in the morning. Not only that, the disciples of the Immortal Martial Auction House and the Dragon's Word Pavilion who were outside were all summoned back. Lin Xian would not give the Duan family any chance to retaliate. The outside world was indeed in chaos, but Lin Xian was having a party. The bonfire was raised, and the corpses of the huge demonic beasts were cleaned up and placed on top of the bonfire. The gold-like grease dripped onto the fire, making crackling sounds. Soon, the aroma of barbecued meat filled the mountain. Plates of spirit fruits and cups of spirit wine were casually placed on the grass. Lin Xian, the 9th elder, the 10th elder, and Wang Li, Dongfang Xiong and the other disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion gathered together and ate and drank to their heart's content. Killing young Master Ling Feng and exhausting half of the Duan clan's strength was indeed something worth celebrating. Older brother Xian, awesome. This is too awesome. So many peak 9th stage, peerless experts, were all killed. This kind of scene, just thinking about it makes me excited. Wang Li shouted excitedly. Dongfang Xiong scratched his head at the side. Older brother Xian, you're too mean. Why didn't you bring your brothers to watch such a wonderful scene? I've never seen a 9th stage expert killed before. That's right, older brother Xian. Next time there's such a good thing, bring us along to watch. A group of disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion chatted and laughed. Alright, if there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely bring you guys along. Lin Xian said boldly. Come, cheers. Today, we won't rest until we're drunk. A group of people were celebrating. Among the crowd, Dugu Ao Tian and Li Yunfei were also holding their wine cups. However, the two of them were somewhat sluggish. It was obvious that they were completely shocked by the news outside and had yet to recover from their shock. Is this really Lin Xian? Why do I feel like I'm dreaming? Li Yunfei couldn't believe it. Dugu Ao Tian also laughed bitterly. I originally wanted to treat him as an opponent, but now it seems that I can't even see his figure. I've long been left far behind. The two of them were indeed depressed. To be honest, the two of them were also talented martial arts geniuses. That was why they had reached the 7th level of the Venerable Realm at such a young age. At their age, they could be said to be at the top. However, compared to Lin Xian, they felt an endless sense of defeat. Don't be discouraged. Not to mention you, even I am filled with frustration. On the side, Meng Tian also raised his wine cup and laughed. Junior brother Lin is a monster. He's the only one in the entire Tianwu continent. No one else can compare to him. That's why you've been looking for the wrong target from the beginning. Find someone else. Meng Tian, who was ranked 3rd on the previous mysterious sovereign leaderboard and was now the main powerhouse of the punishment hall, also lamented. Beside him, a handsome man also said, that's right. I originally thought that the boss could suppress him, but now it seems that even 10 bosses aren't enough. The young man was ranked 2nd on the previous mysterious sovereign leaderboard. The boss that they were referring to was naturally ranked first on the previous mysterious sovereign leaderboard. At that moment, he was also the strongest warrior of the younger generation in the punishment hall. However, compared to Lin Xian, he was indeed much weaker. After all, even someone as strong as Sir Ling Feng had been defeated by Lin Xian. In the entire continent, there were probably not many people in the younger generation who could compete with Lin Xian. If nothing went wrong, junior brother Lin would definitely become a king. These people looked at Lin Xian with envy. After a night of partying, everyone had a great time. On the second day, Lin Xian had a good rest. On the third day, he once again resumed his normal cultivation. The 9th elder and the 10th elder did not leave either. The two of them were counting the spoils of war. In the previous battle, they had collected hundreds of storage rings. These were all storage rings of powerhouses. There were even storage rings of peak 9th level martial artists. There were countless treasures inside. At that moment, what they needed to do was to count and organize these treasures. Good stuff. Really good stuff. What a great harvest. There are only 10 peak 9th level martial artists. It would be great if there were 10 more. The 10th elder was very excited. The storage rings of the peak 9th level martial artists were very rich. It could be said that they were a small treasure trove. After spending almost an entire day, the two of them finally finished counting all the items in the storage rings. Chapter 13:19. After spending almost an entire day, the two of them finally finished checking all the items in the storage rings. The result made them suck in a breath of cold air. Too much, it was too much. The amount was comparable to that of a 6th-rank sect. Not only that, but the storage rings of the 9th-rank supremacies were even more precious. There were countless treasures inside, and there were even dozens of half-Earth-rank treasures. Other than that, there were all kinds of weapons, defensive equipment, spiritual herbs, spiritual pills, and cultivation techniques. In other words, the loot this time was the most that the 9th elder and the 9th elder had ever seen in their lives. This did not include the galactic armor that Lin Xian had obtained and the storage ring of young Master Ling Feng. Young Master Ling Feng's storage ring should be even more valuable. Indeed, Lin Xian was also checking young Master Ling Feng's storage ring. Even though he was used to seeing countless treasures, he could not help but be amazed when he saw the storage ring. Other than the galactic armor, the most valuable item was the indestructible golden pill. Lin Xian had seen the power of the golden pill before. It could heal a severely injured person instantly. It could be said that Lin Xian had been eyeing it for a long time. Now, he finally got it. 7 pills, a total of 7 pills. There were 7 indestructible golden pills in young Master Ling Feng's storage ring. This was definitely a shocking amount of money. One had to know that indestructible golden pills were very rare. Even the Duan family did not have many of them. It was already very impressive for an ordinary important person to have 1 or 2, but young Master Ling Feng had 7. In addition to the one that he had eaten previously, he had 8 in total. Under normal circumstances, if young Master Ling Feng fought with someone, he would have 8 chances to survive. This was definitely undefeatable. Unless someone was like Lin Xian and killed him in one strike, not giving him a chance to consume the indestructible golden pill. Actually, Lin Xian was also feeling a bit of lingering fear. Fortunately, he had been decisive at that time and used his most powerful attack to kill his opponent. Otherwise, if he had really fought with his opponent, the situation would have been different. Looking at the 7 golden indestructible pills in his hand, Lin Xian was extremely excited. This was equivalent to having 7 lives. Yes, 1 for Murong, 1 for Qiu, and 1 for Zhao Shui. Lin Xian thought for a moment and decided to give 3 to the 3 of them. Because he had an unusual relationship with these 3 women, he didn't want anything to happen to them. Murong Qingsheng and Shen Jingqiu were easy to deal with. He could just give them to them when the time came. But Zhao Shui was a little difficult because he didn't know where she was now. Forget it, I'll leave it for her first. Lin Xian carefully put away the indestructible golden pill. This was a good life-saving item. He wouldn't eat it unless he was in a life-or-death situation. In addition to the indestructible golden pill, there were also many good things in the storage ring. For example, the treasured fan contained a fragment of an Earth-rank treasure artifact, and its power was boundless. In addition, there was a treasured saber that also contained a fragment of an Earth-rank treasure artifact. The grades of the other weapons were also very high. Lin Xian also found 2 Earth-rank martial arts, a fist art and a palm art. However, he didn't plan to learn them now. Instead, he put them away. As for the other spirit pills, spirit herbs, and countless spirit stones, Lin Xian only glanced at them and didn't pay too much attention to them. Because he could have as many of these things as he wanted, he didn't care too much. What he really cared about were the fragments of the Earth-rank treasure artifact and the precious spirit pills. These were the real treasures. No matter what, this was definitely a great harvest. It was even more than all of his belongings. This was only young Master Ling Feng's wealth. Presumably, the martial honorable and the entire Duan clan's resources were even more abundant, and there were even more treasures. I really want to tear down the Duan clan's nest. Lin Xian was very envious. However, he also knew that this matter couldn't be rushed. He had just killed young Master Ling Feng, and the Duan clan was probably incomparably crazy. They couldn't wait for him to deliver himself to their doorstep, so this matter had to be delayed. Soon, the 9th elder and the other elder handed the list to Lin Xian. After looking at it, Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. He didn't keep most of these things. He let the 9th elder and the other elder bring them back to the Palace of Gods of War as cultivation resources. He also left a small portion for the people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion to cultivate. These people were his foundation and the foundation of his future. Therefore, Lin Xian was never stingy with his own people. Wang Li, Yu Fei, Dong Fangxiong, and the other disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were also very excited after receiving these cultivation resources. They were even more loyal to Lin Xian. Young master, why don't you come back with us? The 9th elder and the other elder said. All right, I haven't been to the Palace of Gods of War yet. Lin Xian nodded, somewhat tempted. Now, the situation had reversed. The Duan clan had suffered heavy losses and had already left the Palace of Gods of War. Lin Zhan's line of people had regained control of the Palace of Gods of War. Therefore, it was very safe for Lin Xian to head to the Palace of Gods of War now. However, he didn't let his guard down and didn't set off immediately. Instead, he let the dark red divine dragon set up a king's killing formation again. Anyway, he had just obtained a large amount of resources. He could definitely create a king's killing formation. Moreover, Lin Xian had a new request for this king's killing formation, which was that it could be carried around with him. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to do it. However, the dark red divine dragon had no problem. It was a formation expert and had so many materials with it. Naturally, it could create such a portable killing formation. However, it would take a little longer. It's fine. I can wait as long as it takes. Go ahead. Lin Xian wasn't in a hurry. This time, it took even longer to create the king's killing formation. It took more than a month. However, the final result was still very good. A portable king's killing formation. Its power wasn't any weaker than the previous one. Moreover, it could be carried around and released at any time. It could be said that it was Lin Xian's ultimate weapon. However, this wasn't something that could be used forever. It was a consumable item. In other words, it could only be used once. Once it was released, it would be used up. Lin Xian wasn't too surprised. If this king's killing formation could be used without restraint, he would probably be invincible against anyone below the king level. However, there was no such thing in the world. Lin Xian wasn't too disappointed that it could only be used once. This was originally his trump card. He wouldn't use it unless it was a matter of life and death. He also had other life-saving means, such as the 10,000 Beast Cauldron. However, using the 10,000 Beast Cauldron once required an Earth-tier treasure fragment. This price was too high. Lin Xian didn't have much left. Therefore, he wouldn't use the 10,000 Beast Cauldron if he could. Since he had the king's killing formation, Lin Xian's safety was guaranteed. Then, the group set off and flew towards the Palace of Gods of War. The Palace of Gods of War was a king-level force in the Tianwu continent. It dominated a region and could be said to be a top-notch giant. However, Lin Xian was very confused as he listened to the Ninth Elder and the others' discussion. According to them, Lin Zhan became the palace master of the Palace of Gods of War 15 years ago. Chapter 13:20. Along the way, Lin Xian was very confused as he listened to the Ninth Elder and the rest's discussion. According to them, Lin Zhan became the palace master of the Palace of Ares 15 years ago. But how was that possible? Lin Xian clearly remembered that 15 years ago, he was only 6 years old. At that time, Lin Zhan stayed with him every day in the Sword Pool Mansion. Moreover, the Tiannan region was very far from here. It was impossible for Lin Zhan to travel to both places at the same time. Lin Zhan left the Sword Pool Mansion at the same time as him. It should be less than 5 years. At that time, he thought that his father was dead. He only found out later that his father came to the Tianwu continent. However, there was a difference of more than 10 years. The time didn't match at all. What is going on? Lin Xian was very confused. However, it wasn't appropriate for him to ask the Ninth Elder and the Ninth Elder about this. Hence, he could only keep it in his heart and prepare to ask his father when he met him. The Palace of Ares was in the center of the Tianwu continent. It occupied the most fertile land and the best spirit vein. The palace was even more majestic. It had golden bricks and green tiles. It was extraordinary. At a glance, there were countless palaces and pavilions. It was like a paradise on earth. Looking at the paradise-like palaces, Lin Xian sighed in his heart. According to the Ninth Elder, when Lin Zhan was in charge of the Palace of Ares, the surrounding countries were all subsidiaries of the Palace of Ares. Not to mention those 6th-rank sects and countless family clans. It could be said that the Palace of Ares was the true overlord of the continent. It was an existence that could make countless powerful martial artists submit to. However, in recent years, with Lin Zhan in seclusion and the Duan family seizing power, the Palace of Ares was quickly depleted. The countries and sects under it were also quickly divided. Although it was still a huge organization now, it was no longer the same as when it was at its peak. However, the Ninth Elder and the rest believed that as long as Lin Zhan came out of seclusion, the Palace of Ares would be glorious again. Lin Xian's arrival was received by a group of powerful elders. These people looked at Lin Xian with smiles on their faces. Their eyes shone brightly. They couldn't wait to kiss him. They couldn't help but be excited. This was their young master. He was a young man who could kill Prince Lingfeng and countless other peerless experts. He was the future hope of the Palace of Gods of War. That was why these people of the older generation were so excited to see Lin Xian. Lin Xian was also very happy, because he knew that these people firmly supported his father, which made him very moved. Lin Xian didn't stay idle after interacting with the elders of the older generation. He immediately went to the place where his father was in seclusion. The place where Lin Zhan was in seclusion was a valley called Wanling Valley. This valley was very strange and famous because there was a huge spiritual vein underground. It could be said that it was a creation of heaven and earth. The spirit qi here was so abundant that it was visible to the naked eye. As soon as Lin Xian entered, he was so moved that the blood in his body began to boil. He quickly absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. This was simply too shocking because this place was truly a holy land for cultivation. As expected of a king clan, they actually had such a heaven-defying place. Even the dark red divine dragon coveted it. Young master, we can't go any further. There's a peerless formation up ahead. Even kings can't break through it. The ninth elder quickly said from the side. This was also the reason why the Palace of Gods of War wasn't worried. It was because no one could enter the place where Lin Zhan was in seclusion. The dark red divine dragon held his chin and swam around quickly to check ahead. In the end, he sighed and said, "That's right. There's indeed a huge formation up ahead. It's an ancient formation. If I want to break through it, I'll need a few years." So powerful. Lin Xian was shocked. However, he was soon overjoyed. This meant that his father was absolutely safe. Ninth elder, I would like to cultivate here for a period of time. Lin Xian looked at the valley up ahead and said slowly. Young master, feel free to cultivate here for as long as you want. I guarantee that no one will disturb you. The ninth elder left to give instructions. As for Lin Xian, he found a place to sit down. Although he couldn't see his father now, it would be good if he could stay in the place where his father was in seclusion for a period of time. The dark red divine dragon also agreed to this suggestion. The spirit qi in this place was too dense. It was just right for him to recover. Amazing, amazing. The dark red divine dragon circled around a few times. Then, he exclaimed, Lad, I have to say that your father is really too powerful. There shouldn't be a spirit vein underground. It should be a dragon vein. If one cultivated here for a long time, the effects would be heaven-defying. However, the path ahead is blocked by an ancient formation. Otherwise, I would also want to play around in the valley. The dark red divine dragon sighed. Lin Xian said warily, Ruffian dragon, don't do anything rash. This fellow didn't have any scruples. He was really afraid that the dark red divine dragon would destroy the formation in front of them. Don't worry. I won't do anything rash. With the ruffian dragon's guarantee, Lin Xian was relieved. Hence, he closed his eyes, formed seals with his hands, and started to cultivate quickly. Gradually, he entered an ethereal state. The longevity secret art in his body quickly circulated, and he absorbed the dense spirit qi in the surroundings. This place was very good. Cultivating here for a day was equivalent to cultivating outside for several years. Hence, Lin Xian planned to cultivate here properly. However, before long, an unexpected situation occurred in his body. Roar! The great dragon sword soul surged and let out a deep dragon roar. It seemed like it had encountered something. Is there danger? Lin Xian furrowed his brows and quickly probed with his soul power. He became very cautious. However, he didn't discover any danger. There also weren't any experts hiding in the surroundings. This made him very confused. He didn't understand why the great dragon sword soul in his body was acting strangely. However, he soon understood. This was because he could clearly sense a deep dragon roar coming from the Thousand Spirit Valley in front of him. This is... Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. He turned his head and looked at the dark red divine dragon. He discovered that it was still cultivating. It seemed like it didn't hear the dragon roar in front of him. What's going on? Am I the only one who can hear it? How is this possible? Lin Xian was very shocked. He didn't understand what was going on. However, in the next moment, his body trembled and he became absent-minded. It seemed like he was wrapped up by a mysterious power and drawn into the darkness. In just a moment, this strange feeling disappeared. He discovered that he had already left the periphery of the Thousand Spirit Valley. He was also very familiar with this place. There was a small black cauldron in front of him. There were birds and beasts engraved on it. There was a purple bamboo beside it. Its whole body was flickering with lightning. Many spirit herbs were planted around the bamboo. Chapter 13:21. In an instant, the strange feeling disappeared. He realized that he had left the periphery of Wanling Valley. He was also very familiar with the place he was in. There was a small black cauldron in front of him. There were birds and beasts carved on it. It was the Thousand Beast Cauldron. There was a purple bamboo beside it. It was flashing with lightning. It was the purple thunder divine bamboo. There were many spiritual herbs around the bamboo. This is the world in my body. Lin Xian was shocked. He realized that he had come to the world of the sword-shaped pendant lock in his body. However, there was a difference. This was different from when he had entered the world before. Previously, he had entered with his soul power. This time, he had entered with his body. This had only happened when Wine Lord was around. After Wine Lord left, his body couldn't enter the world at all. But now, he actually came in again. It had to be said that it was really unexpected. Could it be that Wine Lord is back? Lin Xian was shocked. He clearly remembered that Wine Lord had entered the depths of this world. No, that's not right. It's not Wine Lord. Lin Xian shook his head. It's because of the dragon's roar in Wanling Valley. Could it be father? Lin Xian was shocked. He guessed that this might be his father's doing. Indeed, in the next moment, a figure quickly appeared near the withered tree in front of him. It was a man. He was tall and sturdy. His face was as sharp as a knife. He was very determined. He looked like a god of war. Although he didn't emit any aura, he felt like a vast sea. He was like a vast starry sky. This aura had surpassed the supremacy realm. Father. Lin Xian looked at the figure in front of him. He was very excited and quickly shouted. It was indeed his father. His father had pulled him into this mysterious space. Lin Xian ignored everything and ran forward crazily. However, when he reached the withered tree, he couldn't take another step forward. His father's figure was on the other side of the withered tree. They were only a few meters apart, but Lin Xian couldn't cross it. Little Xian, you have grown up. Lin Zhan, who was in front of him, spoke in a calm voice. Father, is it really you? Am I dreaming? Lin Xian was overjoyed. He stopped moving forward and stood beside the tree to ask questions. It's me. I didn't expect you to come to the Myriad Spirits Valley so soon. It seems that the situation outside is much better than I expected. Lin Zhan's face was filled with love. Father, why are you here? And what's with the Palace of War? What's with this space? Why did they say that you came here 15 years ago? But you've only been gone for 5 years. By the way, where's my mother? Mother has also left the Sword Pool Manor. Where is she now? Lin Xian asked a series of questions because he was too confused. Everything that had happened to him was extremely strange. However, in the face of so many questions, Lin Zhan only answered one. Your mother is with me now. She is in the Myriad Spirits Valley. However, she can't enter this space. Hence, you can't meet her for now. Hearing this, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. However, he still had many questions. Little Xian, I can't explain everything in such a short time. Moreover, I can't stay in your world for too long. However, there is one thing that you must remember. You are my son. You don't have to doubt this. As for the time difference, I will explain it to you in the future. Lin Zhan's voice was calm. Why not now? Lin Xian sounded anxious. He really wanted to know the reason. You can't do it now. Time is tight. I need you to do something. Something. What's the matter? Lin Xian asked. Return to the Tiannan region and rescue the people from the Lin family, Lin Zhan said in a low voice. Return to the Tiannan region. Lin Xian was shocked. This was something that he had planned for a long time. However, why did his father sound so anxious? Did something happen in the Tiannan region? Lin Xian asked again. Something did happen. I am still in seclusion and can't go out. However, I have a rough idea. Something seemed to have appeared in the Tiannan region. It caused the overall cultivation strength to increase tremendously. However, the Tiannan region is now under the control of the Black Dragon sect. Hence, most of the benefits this time belong to the Black Dragon sect. If this continues, the martial artists and citizens in the Tiannan region will suffer even more. They will not be able to make a living. Furthermore, the people from the Lin family are still there. Hence, you should hurry back and destroy the Black Dragon sect, Lin Zhan said in a low voice. Alright, I will go back now. Lin Xian knew that the situation was serious. Moreover, his parents were very safe. He didn't need to worry about this place. On the contrary, he was very worried about the Tiannan region. Even though the Lin family had been sealed by ice and the members of the Black Dragon sect were unable to break it for a while, who knew what would happen after a few years? At this moment, Lin Zhan said, Don't be careless. Even though your strength is not bad, I still have to remind you. The Tiannan region has undergone tremendous changes in the past few years. Its cultivation in the martial Dao isn't inferior to the Tiannan region. Lin Zhan reminded, especially the Black Dragon sect leader. He has already stepped into the King Realm. He even has half-step King Realm experts and many peak 9th rank King Realm experts under his command. He has stepped into the King Realm. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard this. This news really surprised him. After all, it is extremely difficult to break through to the King Realm. Otherwise, there would have been piles of King Realm experts on the Tianwu continent a long time ago, and there wouldn't only be a few King Realm experts now. After all, the Duan clan's ancestor was still unable to break through to the King Realm even after risking his life. However, he hadn't expected that the Black Dragon sect leader would actually succeed in breaking through in the Tiannan region. Moreover, based on what Lin Zhan said, the forces under the Black Dragon sect leader weren't inferior to a king clan. Father, are you asking me to challenge a king clan alone? The corners of Lin Xian's mouth twitched. Lin Zhan smiled and said, Kid, don't complain to me. Right now, your strength is probably not even comparable to half-step King Realm experts. If I don't give you some pressure now, how can you improve so quickly? Believe in yourself. The great dragon sword soul in your body is definitely beyond your imagination. As long as there is enough pressure from the outside world, you will be able to maintain a high-speed cultivation state. Moreover, even though the Black Dragon sect has made a great breakthrough as a whole, it isn't the result of natural cultivation. Instead, it is because they consumed something external. Even though they have strength, their martial Dao foundation isn't stable. Compared to a true king clan, they are far too inferior. Chapter 13:22. What is it that can make their cultivation improve so much in just a few years? Lin Xian was very curious. I don't know. You'll have to find out yourself. Go back to the Tiannan region as soon as possible. Maybe I'll come out of seclusion when you come back. Lin Zhan's figure gradually faded. Oh right, father, I have a few golden indestructible pills. I'll give you and mother too. Lin Xian was about to take out his storage ring. I don't need those things. You can keep them. Lin Zhan shook his head slightly. Then, his figure completely disappeared. They're gone. Lin Xian was a little disappointed. After all, he hadn't seen his parents for 4 or 5 years. Forget it. Father is already a king tier and has a lifespan of 2,000 years. As for mother, I don't have to worry. I'd better hurry back to the Tiannan region. Lin Xian moved and left the mysterious world in his body. In the next moment, he opened his eyes and stood up from the grass. Ruffian dragon, stop cultivating. There's something new for us to do. Fuck, kid, stop messing around. I'm in the middle of cultivating. The dark red divine dragon was very unhappy that his cultivation was interrupted because the spiritual chi here was too dense. Sigh, let's continue cultivating when we come back. This time, there's really something urgent. Lin Xian sighed and picked him up. What's so urgent? Are you going to attack the Duan clan? The dark red divine dragon was puzzled. No, I'm going back to the Tiannan region, Lin Xian said. Tiannan region. Yes, my hometown. Hearing this, the dark red divine dragon was interested. Your hometown. That sounds good. Is there anything fun to do? Let's go. I'll tell you on the way. I have to make some arrangements in the Celestial Martial Academy. Then, the two of them soared into the sky and returned to the War God Palace to bid farewell to the 9 elders and the others. Although he knew that the Black Dragon sect in the Tiannan region was very powerful, he didn't mobilize people from the War God Palace. Although the Duan clan had suffered a setback, they were still very powerful. Therefore, he left all the experts of the War God technique here. However, he called Luo Bingshan through the Beast Slave Seal and asked her to bring a few reliable 5-star assassins. With these people by his side, they would definitely be a formidable force. After which, Lin Xian and the Crimson Divine Dragon left the War God Palace, flying towards the Immortal Martial Academy. On the way, the Dark Red Dragon asked curiously, Kid, you haven't told me what fun places there are in your hometown. Lin Xian was helpless. He thought for a moment and said, Do you still remember the first time we met? Why are you bringing this up? The Dark Red Divine Dragon looked displeased. If it weren't for you, how could I have lost my dragon essence? How could I have fallen to such a state? Ugh! Lin Xian was speechless. He did not expect to bring up the sad past of the Dark Red Divine Dragon, so he quickly changed the topic. Wasn't there a black dragon that time? He was in my hometown. What? You mean that black guy? And Hong, the divine dragon, was interested. He snorted and said, Who does that guy think he is? How dare he call himself a dragon? It's just a mixed-blood black Jiao dragon. What's there to be proud of? Kid, is he really in your hometown? Then I must go. I must give him a good beating this time. He is indeed in my hometown. Moreover, that fellow has established a demon sect and is slaughtering wantonly in the South Heaven region. I'm going back this time to eliminate him. There's actually such a thing. The dark red divine dragon was furious. Don't worry. I was able to send him flying with a single slap all those years ago. It won't be a problem this time. Lin Xian sighed instead. But according to the information I obtained, that fellow seems to have broken through to the King Realm. What? The King Realm. The dark red divine dragon glared. A mixed-blood black Jiao dragon like him can actually break through. He was extremely displeased when he heard this. Because his cultivation had dropped. Even though he had recovered quite a bit during this period of time, he was still unable to go against a King Realm. You intend to make a move against a King Realm this time? At the same time, he was extremely shocked. Because it seemed like Lin Xian really intended to make a move against a King Realm. Even though you have the Dragon Sword Soul, you can't defeat a King Realm expert. After all, a King Realm expert has already surpassed the Exalt Realm and possesses his own domain. Let's talk about it when the time comes. He might even break through. Moreover, according to what I know, that fellow should have consumed something to break through to the King Realm. The two of them rapidly conversed as they flew through the air like lightning. Half a month later, they finally returned to the Blood Realm. Another 3 days later, they arrived at the Immortal Martial Academy. However, before they even entered the academy, Lin Xian frowned in the mountain range near the academy. Because he saw two figures confronting each other in the air. The terrifying aura pressed down on the countless demonic beasts below, causing them to prostrate on the ground and tremble. The person on the left was dressed in a black robe with red patterns drawn on it. He wore a golden mask on his face that flickered with dazzling light under the sunlight. His entire body was covered in ice-cold killing intent. The terrifying killing intent caused the surrounding space to distort. The other person was a woman. She wore a long purple dress and had an extremely beautiful appearance. Her temperament was even more ethereal, as if she was a fairy. Above her jade-like palm, countless strands of purple chi surged like auspicious purple clouds, emitting a terrifying aura. The two beautiful women confronted each other in the air. Their terrifying auras collided in the air, causing crackling sounds of thunder. Just as the two of them were about to fight, Lin Xian quickly flew over and shouted at the same time, "Stop, they're on the same side." As it turned out, the two people in front of him were Luo Bingshan and Murong Qingqing. The two of them had somehow encountered each other and were confronting each other for some unknown reason. Although Lin Xian didn't know the reason, he definitely couldn't let the two of them fight, so he quickly stepped forward to stop them. Murong Qingqing was delighted when she saw Lin Xian flying over. However, when she heard that they were on the same side, her beautiful eyebrows twitched and she snorted angrily. "What did you say? Who's on the same side as her?" The dark red dragon laughed maniacally at the side. "Kakaka. Kid, that girl is jealous." Lin Xian had a bitter smile on his face. He was about to explain something when Luo Bingshan bowed respectfully from afar. "Greetings, master." "Master? What master?" Murong Qingqing's figure flashed and came to Lin Xian's side. At the same time, her slender jade-like hands pinched the flesh on Lin Xian's waist. "When did you receive such a beautiful servant? How come I didn't know?" Murong Qingqing was filled with jealousy as she pinched Lin Xian fiercely. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and almost cried out in pain. However, he knew that Murong Qingqing was jealous, so he immediately laughed and pulled her into his arms. "Well, I'll tell you properly when I have time." When Lin Xian held her, Murong Qingqing's face turned red. She warned him, but she didn't struggle. She said, "You make people worry. You just killed young Master Ling Feng and still dare to swagger around outside. Are you really not afraid of the Duan clan's revenge? Hee hee, aren't I back now? Chapter 13:23. Then, the group flew towards Star Point Peak like a meteor. At this moment, Star Point Peak was very quiet. The ninth elder and the others had returned. Wang Li and the rest were also cultivating in the college, so there was no one on the mountain. However, Lin Xian didn't mind at all. With a flash of his body, he brought everyone down and walked into his cave abode. Qingqing, why are you here? Is there anything urgent? Lin Xian asked. Can't I see you if there's nothing urgent? No, because I have to go out soon. I'm afraid I won't be back for a while. Go out. Where are you going? Murong Qingqing asked. Tiannan region, my hometown. I have something urgent to do. Lin Xian said. Is she going too? Murong Qingqing glanced at Luo Bingshan. Yes, she's going with me. Lin Xian did not hide it. Then I'll go too. Hearing that Luo Bingshan was going, Murong Qingqing glared at Lin Xian and said quickly. Don't mess around. Lin Xian walked to Murong Qingqing and comforted her. I really have something urgent this time. I'm afraid I'll have a conflict with the king. It's too dangerous for you to go. Why don't you stay here and wait for me to come back? Conflict with a king. Is there a king in Tiannan region? This time, Murong Qingqing was really stunned. From what she knew, Tiannan region's martial arts were not developed. It was impossible for a king to exist. It's hard to explain it in a short time. Anyway, a king has appeared there. Lin Xian shook his head. Then I have to go even more. How can I let you take the risk by yourself? Murong Qingqing said, moreover, I'm not a burden. In terms of strength, I'm stronger than him. Murong Qingqing glanced at Luo Bingshan again. Indeed, Murong Qingqing's strength was not weaker than Luo Bingshan's. Moreover, as the little princess of a king clan, she had countless life-saving methods in her hands. In addition, Lin Xian also had a king's killing formation. So, as long as he didn't face the Black Dragon sect's leader, there shouldn't be much of a problem. All right. In the end, Lin Xian nodded in agreement. On Luo Bingshan's side, other than herself, there were also 3 5-star assassins. These 3 5-star assassins were extremely loyal, and they were definitely reliable. Moreover, their cultivation levels were already at the 9th heaven, and they were even capable of assassinating 9th heaven peak stage cultivators. It could be said that he was incomparably powerful. As the head venerate, Luo Bingshan had the strength to assassinate a half-step king. Therefore, although Lin Xian didn't bring many people with him, every one of them was a peerless expert. The next question was how to get to the southern heaven region. He couldn't possibly fly there on foot. That would be too tiring and would take too much time. Lin Xian turned his gaze to the dark red dragon and chuckled. Ruffian dragon, why don't you carry us over? Don't even think about it. Kid, I won't become your mount. The dark red dragon shook his head and bared his fangs. Forget it, I'll go to the academy and ask. Lin Xian shrugged and prepared to go to the Immortal Martial Academy to ask. He remembered that the True Spirit Palace seemed to sell spirit boats. With a sway of his body, he flew towards the True Spirit Palace. Soon, Lin Xian arrived above the True Spirit Palace and quickly descended. When the surrounding Immortal Martial Academy disciples saw Lin Xian, they immediately screamed. Lin Xian, it's Lin Xian. It's really him. I heard that he killed young Master Ling Feng. He's definitely my idol. So handsome. The surrounding disciples screamed. Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't expect that he would be so famous among these disciples. Even the disciplinary elder in the True Spirit Palace quickly walked out and welcomed Lin Xian in. This caused an even greater commotion among the surrounding disciples. One must know that it was always these disciples who respectfully entered the True Spirit Palace. There had never been an elder who came out to welcome someone. Lin Xian was definitely the first person in the history of the Immortal Martial Academy. "Elder, I want to buy a spirit boat. I want the highest grade one." Lin Xian didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his purpose. "The best spirit boat here is a half-Earth tier treasure, but it contains the remains of an Earth tier treasure." Soon, the elder of the True Spirit Hall found the information about the spirit boat and handed it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian glanced at it and discovered that it was very good in all aspects, especially its speed. Moreover, it contained a fragment of an Earth-tier treasure, which could be said to be incomparably powerful. It was currently the highest grade one. "Alright, I'll take it." Lin Xian used a new Earth-tier cultivation technique to exchange for this spirit boat. This spirit boat was completely green with exquisite inscriptions that covered the entire body of the boat. When not in use, it was only the size of a palm, but once spirit energy was injected, it would become a huge spirit boat that was 500 meters long. Lin Xian took the spirit boat with satisfaction and returned to Stellar Point Peak. Next, he and the Dark Red Dragon began to modify the spirit boat, mainly adding some powerful defensive formations to strengthen the body of the boat. This process was carried out while flying. Because of the urgency of the matter, Lin Xian directly left with everyone after receiving the spirit boat. In the process of flying, he and the Dark Red Dragon began to work on the defensive formations. Murong Qingqing, Luo Bingshan, and the rest were also cultivating to prepare for the upcoming battle. This spirit boat was very strange. It could reach up to 500 meters, but there weren't many people now, so it couldn't be so long. Therefore, it was only a few dozen meters long. Its speed was as fast as lightning, extremely fast. This speed was definitely at the peak of the 9th level. Moreover, it was different from martial artists as this spirit boat could maintain a high speed. This saved Lin Xian a lot of trouble. Even so, the road ahead was still very long because this was basically two different continents. Because everyone was cultivating, the journey wasn't boring. Lin Xian was even more so. At the same time, he cultivated many martial arts and cultivation techniques to increase his cultivation strength to the maximum. This was because he knew that what awaited him next was a fierce battle because the Black Dragon sect was more powerful than young Master Ling Feng. Half a year. This time, it took them a full half a year to return to the Tiannan region. This was under the condition that they had a supreme grade spirit boat. If they flew by themselves, in addition to the consumption of energy, the time would probably be twice as long. In half a year, everyone's cultivation had increased by a lot. Among them, Murong Qingqing and Luo Bingshan's auras were even more profound. Lin Xian's improvement was even greater. First of all, he could already condense 4 void-shattering fingers. He could also use the first 5 of the 9 transformations of the firmament and fuse them with himself. What made him even more happy was that he could already complete the 5th sky spill visualization diagram. This meant that his soul power had increased greatly. It would be difficult for anyone below the King realm to be his opponent. The increase in his soul power, coupled with the improvement in his cultivation, allowed the recovery of the Great Dragon Sword soul to be strengthened further. Now, it had reached the middle stage of the 9th level. Chapter 1324. Kid, that should be the Tiannan region you were talking about. The Dark Red Dragon looked ahead and said in a deep voice. As expected, it's not a boundless sea but a vast land. Murong Qingqing also looked ahead and frowned slightly. He could clearly feel that the spiritual veins and spiritual qi in this land were far inferior to those in the Tianwu continent. This was also why the warriors in the Tiannan region were not as strong as those in the Tianwu continent. The environment here was not good. However, a king had appeared here. This was too unbelievable. One had to know that there had not been a new king in the Tianwu continent for 1,000 years. One could imagine how difficult it was to break through to the king realm. However, a king had appeared in this remote Tiannan region. It had to be said that this was simply too inconceivable. The blood qi below is very thick. It seems that many people have died in this land, Luo Bingshan said coldly. Indeed, Lin Xian and the others had just entered the Tiannan region when they felt the blood qi below. It should be formed by the blood of the dead warriors. Because it contained resentment, it did not dissipate for a long time. Let's go back to the Xia country first. Lin Xian's expression was serious as he quickly changed the direction of the spirit boat. He wanted to go back and save the Lin family before thinking about how to deal with the Black Dragon sect. The Tianwu Kingdom was once a big country in the Tiannan region. The elixirs here were very developed. There were many forces like the Medicine King Valley, the Elixir Garden, and the Alchemy Guild. However, the entire Tianwu Kingdom was lifeless at this moment. Even the air was filled with a thick aura of despair. It turned out that the biggest force in the Tianwu Kingdom, the Alchemy Guild, had been overthrown. Now, there was a large black flag on top of the original building. There was a black dragon waving its fangs and claws in the wind. The people living in this building were not the alchemists. Instead, they were warriors in black robes. Each of them had a thick blood qi. It seemed that they had killed many people. That was why they had such a thick murderous aura. One of them, a bald man, sat boldly at the top of the table. His physique was strong and his blood was vigorous. His entire body exuded a strong aura. The surrounding warriors looked at the bald man with envy in their eyes. This was because the bald man was a venerable, and a fourth heaven venerable at that. Although such a person was nothing in the Tianwu continent, in the Tiannan region, he was an extremely powerful existence. When Lin Xian left the Tiannan region, the strongest faction in the entire Tiannan region, the Martial Meng Alliance, only had 13 supremacies. Including some hidden powerhouses, there were only a few dozen venerables in the entire Tiannan region. The others were all martial artists of the three spirit realms. Back then, the strongest person in Tianshan country was only in the spirit detecting realm. Compared to venerable ones, they were worlds apart. Therefore, they could not contend against them at all. Therefore, it didn't take long for the entire Heavenly Mountain Kingdom to fall. At this moment, the bald man said with a ferocious expression, "This group of damned old men, are they itching for a beating recently? Why is the speed of refining pills so slow? Go, teach them a lesson for me. Let them know about the Black Dragon sect. We can't waste a single second. Boss, it's not that we don't want to use our methods. It's just that those old men are too stubborn. Especially that old man called D. Quebec. He's like a stubborn donkey. He won't cooperate with us at all. I think that we should just kill him. We can use him to intimidate the entire Tianshan country." Old man DK. You mean that person from the Medicine King Valley? The bald man sneered. I remember him. Last time, he didn't even give me face. If not for the fact that he's good at refining pills, would have killed him with my blade. But now, it seems that we can't let him live. How about this, we'll execute him in front of everyone tomorrow. It'll intimidate the entire Tianshan country. I don't believe that those alchemists will dare to resist our Black Dragon sect. Yes. In the main hall, the warriors under him moved quickly. There were venerables among them, but most of them were only in the spirit detecting realm. However, with the venerables around, dealing with the alchemists of Tian Shan country was a piece of cake. On the other side of Tian Shan country, countless alchemists were trapped in a valley, refining pills day and night. In the depths of this valley, there were more than 10 white-haired old men. These people were the most elite alchemists in Tian Shan country. Among them, the president of the Alchemy Guild, the pavilion master of the Pill King Garden, Old Man DK from the Medicine King Valley, and some elders were all here. In the past, the Medicine King Valley and the Pill King Garden were fighting to the death. But now, there was no hatred between them. Because they were all prisoners. These people all had injuries on their bodies, but they weren't fatal. They must have been left behind when they resisted the Black Dragon sect. Damn the Black Dragon sect, they're too despicable. They're actually keeping me as a slave to refine pills for them. One of the old men clenched his fists, trembling with anger. So what if they're angry? There are many venerables among them, and the strongest among us is only in the spirit-detecting realm. We can't resist at all. Many people were in despair because the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Damn it, I don't believe it. How did they get so many venerables overnight? This is impossible. Yeah, although the Black Dragon sect was strong in the past, they could only fight against the Martial Alliance. They couldn't be so strong. Otherwise, the Tiannan region would have fallen a few hundred years ago. Everyone gritted their teeth, very confused. The president of the Alchemy Guild also sighed. I've received news that a type of crystal was found in Xia country. It can greatly increase a warrior's cultivation in an instant. I think those people from the Black Dragon sect must have used this kind of crystal to have such a cultivation. Hearing this, everyone sighed. The rise of the Black Dragon sect had only been less than a year. Although the Black Dragon sect had recovered, they had the Martial Alliance on their side. In addition to other large and small forces, both sides had been in a stalemate. But in less than a year, the Black Dragon sect's strength suddenly increased rapidly, and a large number of venerables appeared. Not to mention them, even the Martial Alliance couldn't resist. So, in just half a year, the entire Tiannan region was instantly controlled by the Black Dragon sect. And these people were also reduced to prisoners, refining pills for the Black Dragon sect's disciples all day long. Xia country. An old man sighed. This reminds me of someone. I wonder how he's doing. Old man DK, why are you still lamenting at a time like this? Someone sighed. With his talent, he should be able to survive this battle, Old Man DK whispered again. Chapter 1325. With his talent, he should be able to survive this battle, DK whispered again. Old Man DK, who are you talking about? Who is it that you can't forget at this time? Everyone asked. Do you remember that a few years ago, there was a young man from the Great Xia who won first place in our Tian Shan Kingdom's Elixir King competition? Now that you mention it, I do remember him. Many elders nodded. The president of the Alchemy Guild was even more surprised. Are you talking about that young man called Lin Xian? With the president of the Alchemy Guild's reminder, the elders around him all remembered. There was indeed a young man who had won first place in the Elixir King competition back then. But in the end, everyone sighed. So what if he was first place back then? In this world, it's not certain if he can survive. Everyone shook their heads, and DK sighed as well. He was once the Valley Master of the Medicine King Valley and had received help from Lin Xian. His leg was cured by Lin Xian. Now, he only hoped that Lin Xian could survive. Just as they were talking, there was a commotion in front of them. Several lights flashed in the void like lightning and instantly arrived above the valley. What? It's the people from the Black Dragon sect. They're here again. All the alchemists in the valley looked up. When they saw the warriors in black robes, they trembled in fear. The president of the Alchemy Guild also frowned. That's not right. It's not the day to hand over the elixir yet. Why are these people here early? Is there something else? 3 people floated in the void. One of them was a man with triangular eyes. He shouted coldly, "Old man DK, get over here." Hearing this roar, the other alchemists trembled, and the president of the Alchemy Guild looked even more gloomy. Among them, the president of the Alchemy Guild stood out and said in a deep voice, "Why are you looking for old man DK? Who are you to speak here? Get lost." The man with triangular eyes roared ferociously. He stretched out a huge palm and slapped the president of the Alchemy Guild away. Boom! Boom! The president of the Alchemy Guild flew backward and crashed into the mountain wall behind him, making a violent trembling sound. Then, he fell to the ground and vomited blood. The triangular-eyed man sneered, "Do you think you're some kind of president? How dare you show off in front of me? Remember, you are now slaves, a bunch of dogs. You can only wag your tail at me. DK, you old geezer, did you come here on your own? Or do you want me to take you back?" The triangular-eyed man had a ferocious look on his face as his cold gaze locked onto the ground below. The triangular-eyed man's aura was dense. He had already reached the first heaven of the venerable realm. The strongest alchemists in the valley were only at the spirit-detecting realm, and most of them were only at the spirit transformation realm, so they couldn't resist this aura at all. DK sighed as well. "Don't attack my companions anymore. I'll go with you." Seeing that he had intimidated these alchemists, the triangular-eyed man revealed a satisfied smile. Then, he waved his hand, and the 2 men behind him immediately stepped forward. They took out 2 iron chains and quickly threw them out. The chain was like a venomous snake. It instantly wrapped around DK's body and dropped him into the sky. Seeing this, the surrounding people felt despair, and the disciples of the Medicine King Valley were even more furious. DK was their valley master, and he was being humiliated like this. However, they didn't dare to voice their anger because they didn't have the strength to fight against the Black Dragon sect. If they rashly went up, they would only be courting death. On the other hand, the triangular-eyed man had a look of resentment. He hung DK in the air, and then his cold voice resounded in all directions. "DK has gone against the Black Dragon sect many times, and he still doesn't repent. So now, the Black Dragon sect will punish him." At this point, the triangular-eyed man's smile became even more ferocious. "Tomorrow at noon, we will execute him in the Pill King Square. Whoever dares to go against the Black Dragon sect will end up like this." "What? Execution?" Hearing this, the entire valley was shocked. Especially the disciples of the Medicine King Valley, who let out cries of despair. Alchemists were different from ordinary warriors. Once they were captured, they were basically enslaved to refine pills. It was rare for them to be executed. This was especially so for alchemists like D. Quebec due to their high level, they were rarely executed. But now, the other party wanted to execute him. It had to be said that this was beyond everyone's expectations. What's there to be surprised about? He's just a spirit-detecting alchemist. At most, he can refine some pills for ordinary sect members. Do you really think that the higher-ups of the Black Dragon sect need your pills? Seeing the commotion, the triangular-eyed man sneered disdainfully. Hearing this, everyone felt a sense of despair. Indeed, the pills they refined were for the disciples of the Black Dragon sect. The pills above supremacy were all provided by the Divine Pill Hall, one of the 8 halls of the Black Dragon sect. Therefore, in the eyes of the Black Dragon sect, DK was not important at all. Take him away. Tomorrow, I'll cut him up piece by piece. With that, the two burly men carried DK and quickly left the valley. Damn it! Damn it! The Alchemy Guild master got up from the ground. Ignoring his injuries, he hammered the ground. The others also had looks of despair. Soon, the news that DK was going to be executed spread throughout the entire Tianshan country, causing an uproar in Tianshan country. Before this, DK was a famous alchemist master in Tianshan country, but now he was going to be executed. The next day, the Elixir King Square was packed with people, and DK was nailed to the void by 5 chains. When the time was up, the Black Dragon sect members would attack him. At this moment, a huge spirit boat flew over quickly in the sky. It was Lin Xian's spirit boat. Ever since he arrived in the Tiannan region, he had been unable to calm down. Especially the places he had passed through in the past few days, they were all places he had stayed in before. Tianshan country should be below, Lin Xian muttered as he looked at the ground below. Why are there so many people gathered below? Is something going on? The dark red dragon looked down with a puzzled expression. Lin Xian also looked down. Soon, he frowned, and even a hint of anger appeared on his face. Murong Qingqing and the falling ice mountain also noticed what was going on below. Seeing Lin Xian's terrible expression, Murong Qingqing asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Lin Xian did not say anything. He controlled the spirit boat and let it float in the sky. Then, he said in a deep voice, "Wait here first. I'll go down and take care of something." Chapter 13:26. Lin Xian's body swayed, and like a peerless divine sword, he quickly flew down. "Let's go and watch the show." Seeing Lin Xian go down, the dark red divine dragon waved its dragon claws and controlled the spirit boat to fly down. It had set up many formations on the spirit boat. Apart from defense, there were also formations to hide auras. Therefore, at this moment, he controlled the spirit boat to quickly shrink and float in the air. As long as he wanted to, the people below would definitely not notice them. This was perfect for them to watch from a close distance. Below, countless people had gathered in the Elixir King Square. These people were all martial artists from the Tianshan Kingdom. At this moment, they were looking ahead angrily. At the front, old man DK was hung in midair. His body was covered in wounds. It seemed that he had been severely tortured last night. Next to him stood the triangular-eyed man with a shiny long saber in his hand. It seemed that he was the executioner today. The triangular-eyed man looked at the time and felt that it was about time. He immediately tightened his grip on the long saber in his hand. The other party's ferocious voice rang out, "Don't worry, I won't kill you all at once. I'll skin you alive with my saber. I want everyone to know the consequences of resisting the Black Dragon sect." As soon as he finished speaking, a saber light flashed and the long saber ruthlessly slashed old man DK's body. Immediately, blood spurted out and dyed the sky red. The triangular-eyed man was a first heaven supremacy after all. He had very precise control of his strength. Therefore, when the saber slashed old man DK's body, it was extremely painful, but it did not threaten his life at all. In the square, when everyone saw this scene, they immediately clenched their fists. Countless people were furious and wanted to rush up, but they were firmly stopped by the people from the Black Dragon sect. The Black Dragon sect was extremely powerful now, so the martial artists in the square could not resist at all. They could only watch old man DK being executed. The triangular-eyed man slashed with his saber and laughed sinisterly. In the next moment, the long saber in his hand slashed down again. However, at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened as if dark clouds had covered the sun. At this moment, everyone subconsciously looked up at the sky. Then, their expressions changed drastically as if they had seen the most terrifying thing. Even the martial artists from the Black Dragon sect were terrified and trembling all over. The triangular-eyed man's face was even paler. The long saber in his hand stopped in midair. Because in the sky above, a huge palm was rapidly pressing down. The palm blotted out the sky like a huge black mountain, causing the entire void to collapse. This palm was too terrifying. It was like the hand of a demon god, causing everyone to suffocate. The triangular-eyed man was even more terrified because he realized that the palm seemed to be coming for him. Scram! Gritting his teeth, the triangular-eyed man roared and slashed out with the long saber in his hand. In an instant, it turned into a bolt of lightning and slashed toward the void. As a first-rank venerable, he had always been high and mighty in the Heavenly Mountain Kingdom. No one could stop him. But now, he realized that he was wrong. This was because the saber light he had slashed out had not caused any damage to the black palm at all. Not only that, but it was also easily torn apart. Soon, the palm arrived before him. Boom! His palm landed on the ground and instantly enveloped the area where the triangular-eyed man was. The ground sank, and countless cracks appeared in the square, spreading in all directions. The triangular-eyed man was turned into a pile of rotten meat, and couldn't be more dead. A pitch-black crater appeared on the ground, and the pungent smell of blood gradually spread in all directions. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They did not expect that the triangular-eyed man would die just like that. He was killed by a palm strike. It was too unbelievable. One had to know that in their eyes, a first-rank venerable was a godlike existence that could not be resisted. However, such a person had been killed so easily. Who exactly did it? So powerful. The Black Dragon Cult warriors were both shocked and furious as they looked at the sky. Who is it? Get out here. How dare you attack a member of the Black Dragon Cult? You're dead meat. An old man roared crazily. He was also a member of the Black Dragon Cult, and his strength was on par with the triangular-eyed man. However, at this moment, he was extremely terrified because he did not see who it was. However, in the next moment, everyone was shocked because a figure quickly descended from the sky. It was a young man with a handsome face. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his entire body emitted a powerful aura. His gaze was like a sword light, causing everyone to tremble. It's you. You were the one who attacked just now. The old man from the Black Dragon Cult gritted his teeth and asked. Although he was also afraid of the other party's strength, he could not embarrass the Black Dragon Cult in front of so many people. Men, attack! Kill him! Immediately, countless warriors rushed into the sky. Many of them were first-rank venerables, and there were also countless fifth-rank spirit-detecting realm cultivators. There were hundreds of them densely packed together. There were so many experts in the square. One could imagine that the Black Dragon Cult's strength was above the entire Tianan region. However, these people were nothing in Lin Xian's eyes. Lin Xian stood in the air and did not attack at all. He only snorted coldly. However, this voice contained an endless murderous aura and pressure. Immediately, the hundreds of cultivators who flew over from all directions exploded and died. Bang 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 bang. A series of explosions sounded. One by one, the warriors exploded into a bloody mist. The pungent smell of blood instantly filled the square. What? They're dead. The entire square was dumbfounded. There was not a single sound. What kind of method was that? Just a voice alone caused hundreds of warriors to explode and die. There was no resistance at all. One had to know that there were many venerables. This method was too heaven-defying. It was simply a divine skill. The black-robed elder's scalp went numb. He screamed as if he had gone crazy, "Who are you? Who are you?" He was scared. He was really scared. This was because even their hall master did not have such a method. However, the other party, a young man who was only about 20 years old, had such a heaven-defying method. He did not dare to resist at all. Lin Xian did not say anything. With a flick of his finger, a sword chi surged out and pierced through the elder like lightning. Poof! The black-robed elder's glabella was pierced and he fell to the ground dead. Until his death, he was filled with doubts. He did not know who this mysterious young man in front of him was. Run! The surviving disciples of the Black Dragon cult were terrified. Many of them even went crazy. In the face of such combat strength, they could not resist at all. They could only turn around and run. However, Lin Xian did not plan to let them go at all. These people were too evil. He did not know how many people they had killed. Therefore, he stretched out his 5 fingers and shot out hundreds of sword rays. Each ray turned into a long rainbow and accurately killed the remaining warriors of the Black Dragon cult. In an instant, hundreds of people were cut in half and their corpses fell to the ground. Chapter 13:27. None of the warriors in the square were frightened. Instead, they clenched their fists and looked extremely excited. They looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at a god. Their eyes were filled with endless admiration and gratitude. Lin Xian was their savior. The dead Black Dragon sect disciples were demons and deserved to be killed. Many of them could not control their anger. They took out their swords and slashed at the corpses on the ground. More than one person did that. One could imagine how many sins the Black Dragon sect had committed in Tianshan country and even the entire Tiannan region. Meanwhile, in the void, DK, who was hanging by countless chains, was completely stunned. He had thought that today was his doomsday and did not plan to live anymore. He would rather die than live a hellish life. However, what he didn't expect was that at the moment before his death, a shocking change occurred. A handsome young man with fluttering black hair killed the triangular-eyed man with one punch. He also killed hundreds of Black Dragon sect disciples in an instant. It was like a legend to him. However, when he saw the young man's face, he was even more shocked. He was completely stunned. Although almost 5 years had passed and the young man had grown up, he could still vaguely see the young man's face. Lin Xian, you're Lin Xian. DK trembled with excitement. 2 streams of tears flowed from his old eyes. He did not expect that the godlike person who had descended on the square to save him was Lin Xian. Yesterday, he was still lamenting how he missed Lin Xian. He did not expect Lin Xian to really appear today. Was he really sent by the heavens to save the entire Tianshan country? Lin Xian looked at the old figure in the sky and felt extremely emotional. A few years ago, he had treated the old man's leg. Not only that, but he was also very familiar with the Elixir King Square. This was where he had won first place in the Elixir King tournament and obtained the White Dragon Ascension Elixir. It was because of that elixir that he obtained the Great Dragon Sword Soul. It could be said that this was a very important turning point for him. His gaze condensed into 2 rays of sword light that shot into the sky, instantly shattering the chains. Following this, Lin Xian waved his hand and DK landed beside him. Lin Xian, it's really you. DK trembled with excitement as he watched the miraculous scene unfold before him. It's me. Lin Xian nodded and took out a pill from his storage ring. Don't say anything. Take this pill. After receiving the pill, DK was even more shocked. Just from the fragrance alone, he knew that this was definitely a divine medicine. Perhaps even the divine pill hall, one of the 8 great halls of the Black Dragon cult, would not be able to refine such a pill. However, looking at Lin Xian's appearance, he seemed very casual and normal. Could it be that he had so many precious medicinal pills in his hands? DK was very confused, but he still swallowed it quickly. In the next moment, his entire body began to tremble because he could clearly feel that all the injuries on his body had healed. Not only that, but his damaged body had also instantly recovered to its peak. What kind of pill is this? It's too miraculous. Looking at the excited DK, Lin Xian sighed inside. This was just an ordinary tier 7 medicinal pill, but in these people's eyes, it was a divine medicine. It seemed that they really hadn't had a good time these past few years. Although DK was excited, he didn't forget about the important matter at hand. He hastily grabbed Lin Xian and said, "Lin Xian, hurry and save the Heavenly Mountain Empire." Originally, he had already despaired, feeling that there was no hope for him and his empire. But now, Lin Xian's appearance gave him hope once more. "Where is the main force of your Heavenly Mountain Empire locked up?" asked Lin Xian. "Since he's already here, he will naturally help these people." However, his time was limited, and he couldn't save all the Heavenly Mountain Empire's martial artists. So he had his own idea. That was to save the Heavenly Mountain Empire's peak martial artists and then have them save themselves. Seeing Lin Xian agree, DK was also excited. He quickly said, "They're all in Pill Valley." Yes, the Heavenly Mountain Empire's medicinal pills were flourishing, so those alchemy grandmasters were the strongest martial artists in the city. As for those people, they were currently locked up in Pill Valley and had to refine medicinal pills for the Black Dragon cult to use. "Alright, then let's go to Pill Valley. Point me in the right direction." After saying that, Lin Xian's body glowed with a dazzling light that enveloped Quebec. Then, he turned into a ray of sword radiance and charged into the distance. As for the Heavenly Mountain Empire's martial artists in the plaza, they were constantly kowtowing in the direction Lin Xian had left. Old man DK was shocked. Lin Xian's speed was too fast. He had never seen anything like this before. If it wasn't for the light protecting Lin Xian's speed would have been enough to tear his body apart. He didn't dare to imagine just what realm Lin Xian had reached. He was definitely at the Venerable Realm. As for what heaven stage he was at, he didn't know. The two of them quickly arrived near Pill Valley. DK pointed to a mountain valley in front of them. That is Pill Valley. All of the Heavenly Mountain Empire's medicinal pills are imprisoned there. However, the Black Dragon cult is heavily guarding it. There's no way to charge in. There are quite a few venerables among them. There are even 3rd heaven stage venerables. Before DK could finish speaking, he saw Lin Xian walk over. "Young Master Lin, be careful. There are 3rd heaven stage venerables ahead," warned Quebec. In his view, 3rd heaven stage venerables were already incredible existences, far surpassing the triangular-eyed man from before. So he had to be careful. He had even thought of a plan to sneak in. But now it seemed Lin Xian wasn't planning on being careful at all. He was like a war god, rapidly walking through the air. His terrifying voice shook the surroundings like thunder. As expected, Lin Xian's actions drew the attention of the Black Dragon cult's people near Pill Valley. 2 small squads quickly flew over. These 2 squads each had 30 people. The captains were 1st heaven stage venerables, and there were quite a few half-step venerables and peak spirit detecting experts. "Who are you? How dare you cause trouble here? Hurry up and kneel, or you'll die without a corpse," shouted the 2 1st heaven stage venerables. However, Lin Xian's expression was ice-cold. He raised his hands and clenched them. Those 2 1st heaven stage venerables were involuntarily sucked toward him. "What? The distant Black Dragon cult's disciples were shocked. The two first Heaven Stage venerables were horrified. They did their best to struggle, but it was useless. In the next moment, they were sucked into Lin Xian's hands. As for Lin Xian, he tightened his grip around their necks. Crack! Chapter 13:28. Take their storage rings, Lin Xian said to the people behind him. DK was completely stunned. Although he had seen Lin Xian's power before, he was still shocked to see it again. Only when Lin Xian reminded him did he come back to his senses. He quickly took the two venerable storage rings. As for the Black Dragon cult disciples in the distance, although they didn't know who Lin Xian was, they felt their scalps go numb when they saw how easily he killed their captains. They knew that this was an expert, so they quickly retreated to report it. However, in the next moment, two sword lights flew out of Lin Xian's hands and enveloped the two groups of cultivators. Bloody mist exploded, and those cultivators were all cut to pieces. Only their storage rings remained floating in the air. During this entire process, Lin Xian didn't stop at all. He continued to walk through the air. In an instant, the two groups were completely wiped out. DK, who was behind Lin Xian, was extremely excited. He followed Lin Xian and searched through the storage rings in the air. Lin Xian had no intention of hiding himself at all, so it didn't take long for another Black Dragon cult martial practitioner to discover him. However, those people's fates were the same as before. They were killed by Lin Xian with a single blow. Not good. The enemy is too strong. Retreat. The other Black Dragon cult disciples all fled. As for Lin Xian, a ball of black flames flew out of his eyes, forming a black sea of flames. Oh! Those fleeing cultivators were all burned to ashes. Shock, absolute shock. In an instant, over 100 Black Dragon cult disciples were killed. As for the alchemists in Pill Valley, they also noticed the battle in the sky and let out startled cries. What's going on? Someone is attacking the Black Dragon cult. Who is it? They killed hundreds of Black Dragon cult disciples in an instant. Is it someone from the Martial Alliance? The alchemists below were shocked. As for the Pill Alliance's head and the other elders, they were also shocked because they saw DK in the air. It's old man DK! Shouted the Pill Alliance's head. What? DK, that old bastard, wasn't he killed? How is he still alive? The surrounding people also had mixed feelings. However, when they saw old man DK flying over with a young man, they were all excited. Old monster DK, are you alright? That's great. Those old men were extremely excited, and the surrounding alchemist also cheered. This is... The president of the Pill Alliance and the others looked at Lin Xian because they clearly saw that the young man in front of them had killed all the warriors of the Black Dragon cult. Lin Xian, he's Lin Xian. The young man who won the Pill King tournament back then. Old man DK quickly said. Lin Xian. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and stood rooted to the ground. Because just yesterday, they were still talking about that young man, and many people were still sighing. However, he had not expected that the other party would appear today. Furthermore, he had appeared in such a powerful manner. With a raise of his hand, he had killed several hundred Black Dragon cult cultivators. This method was simply too heaven-defying. Lin Xian, it's really Lin Xian. Oh my god, am I dreaming? Young Master Lin, are you from the Martial Alliance? Everyone was excited. However, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. I'm not from the Martial Alliance, but I came back this time to take care of the Black Dragon cult. Hearing Lin Xian's words, everyone was excited. At that moment, a cold snort came from behind. "Take care of the Black Dragon cult." "How arrogant! Young man, you're the one who killed my subordinates. How dare you kill the people of the Black Dragon cult? I advise you to kneel down and accept your death. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it." A cruel voice was heard, and the expressions of everyone in the valley changed. This was because they were extremely familiar with the voice. It was the Honorable Master who was watching over them. The Honorable Master was a deacon of the Ravengale Hall. His cultivation was at the third heaven of the Honorable Master, and he could be said to be extremely powerful. At that moment, seeing the Honorable Master rushing over aggressively, all the alchemists trembled. Lin Xian also turned around and coldly raised his head. As expected, there was a large man in the sky behind him. His muscles bulged, and his aura was extremely powerful. He was at the third heaven of the Honorable Realm. Behind him stood 8 other martial artists, all of whom were at the second sky of the Honorable Realm. It was no wonder these alchemists were so afraid. With this person's power, killing all the alchemists here would be as easy as flipping a hand. However, now that Lin Xian had arrived, the situation had changed. Lin Xian looked at the sky and said coldly, "All of you, kneel by the side and wait for my orders." What? The Pill Valley's alchemists were all dumbfounded. They didn't dare to imagine that a youth would dare to say such words to a third heaven honorable. Was he not afraid of death? It had to be known that this was a third heaven honorable. He wasn't one of those first heaven honorables from before. Even the Pill Alliance's head and the other seniors' expressions changed. There were even quite a few people who hastily sent messages to Lin Xian to flee. Of those people, only DK's expression didn't change. He was already numb. As for the Black Dragon cult's venerables, they began to crazily laugh upon hearing Lin Xian's words. "What did you say? You want us to kneel to the side? Wait for your orders. Brat, it goes without saying that you're the first person I've seen in all these years who dares to say such words. Don't worry, I'll give you some special treatment in a bit. You actually dare to say such words to us? You really don't know life from death. Brat, kneel on the ground and break your own arms. Cripple your own martial arts, and I'll leave you an intact corpse. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die without a burial ground." The group of people roared furiously, and the ferocious man at the front had a sinister expression. However, Lin Xian just stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, a disdainful smile on his face. Although he didn't say anything, that disdainful smile caused the Black Dragon cult's people to go crazy. In the past year, they had seen all kinds of fearful gazes. When had they ever been mocked like this? Therefore, those people couldn't stand it at all. In the next moment, the burly man at the front roared furiously and charged toward Lin Xian. Although he was huge, he arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant. Boom! With a single punch, even the void exploded. The terrifying power was like a ferocious beast that quickly rushed toward Lin Xian. Oh no! Retreat! The Alchemy Guild's president and the surrounding elders all had a drastic change in expression as they frantically retreated. The alchemists around them even closed their eyes, unable to bear to watch any longer. Even DK's scalp went numb. That was because his opponent's power was too terrifying. He couldn't withstand it at all. Although he had seen Lin Xian's power, he didn't think that Lin Xian could withstand that punch. Chapter 1329. Bam! In the next moment, the terrifying fist landed on Lin Xian's body with an earth-shattering sound. The entire valley trembled as countless boulders fell from the mountain. What? That's impossible. However, just as everyone was in despair, the ferocious man in front of them suddenly screamed as if he had encountered something terrifying. Everyone's heart skipped a beat as they opened their eyes and looked ahead. Then, they were all stunned. He was fine, he was actually fine. That ferocious punch landed on Lin Xian's body, but nothing happened to him. Even Lin Xian's clothes did not change. What was going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. Even the 8-second level supremacies behind him were dumbfounded. You! The ferocious man was even more shocked. He was very confident in his punch, as even a martial artist of the same level would not be able to withstand it. However, nothing happened to Lin Xian. Even a 4th or 5th heavenly layer venerable would not be able to do this. Who exactly was Lin Xian? How could he have such means? The ferocious man could not understand. However, in the next moment, he screamed in agony. That was because Lin Xian had stretched out his palm and grabbed his fist before pulling it forcefully. Crack! Crack! The arm that had landed on Lin Xian's body was immediately torn off. Blood flowed out as white bones and flesh were exposed. The ferocious man did not expect that at all. He was in so much pain that his entire body was twisted. Kid, I'll kill you. He had never suffered such a serious injury before. Hence, he was like a mad beast as he punched Lin Xian with his other fist. However, Lin Xian's expression was cold as he raised his palm and gently pressed it against the ferocious man's head. Boom! The ferocious man's head turned into a bloody mist in an instant. It was a real bloody mist as not even a bit of flesh was left behind. Plop! The headless body fell to the ground as blood flowed out and dyed the entire ground red. On the other hand, Lin Xian's body was spotless as if he was an immortal that had descended to the mortal world. What? He's dead. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. That was a 3rd heaven honorable realm expert, a supreme expert in their eyes. However, he had been killed so easily that he did not even have the chance to fight back. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian, their minds blank. They couldn't imagine what kind of strength was needed to accomplish such a feat. The elders of the Alchemy Guild were even more shocked. It was no wonder that the other party did not run away and even had a look of disdain on his face. It turned out that a 3rd heavenly layer venerable realm expert could not even withstand a single blow from him. The 8-second sky venerables felt their scalps go numb. They knew that the young man in front of them was definitely a super expert. He wasn't someone they could contend against. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Quickly report to the Hall Master that a super expert has appeared in the Heavenly Mountain Empire. In the next moment, the 8 of them looked at each other and quickly soared into the sky, flying in 8 different directions. Oh no, we can't let them escape. The Alchemy Guild's Hall Master and the others' expressions changed. If they let them escape, they would definitely bring even more cultivators. At that time, the Heavenly Mountain Empire would be finished. However, as Lin Xian looked at the fleeing figures, the disdain on his face grew. He raised his arm and shot a sword light into the sky. Immediately, the sword light turned into 8 shooting stars that shot toward the 8 fleeing people. Pft! Pft! In the next moment, the 8 sword lights pierced through the 8-second heaven honorables and nailed their corpses to the ground. In an instant, 8-second heaven honorables had been killed. In Pill Valley, the alchemists gulped. This was too heaven-defying. Killing venerables with a raise of his hand was something they did not even dare to dream of. Many of them were shocked because many of them had seen Lin Xian before. At that time, he was still a youth who was inferior to them. However, in just 4 or 5 years, he had already grown to such a terrifying level. Sir Lin, let's leave quickly. This big man is a deacon of the Ravengale Hall. There are many experts around. If we don't leave quickly, it will be very troublesome if we are surrounded. The Alchemy Guild's Hall Master said quickly. The others nodded in agreement. This was the best opportunity for them to escape. However, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. No rush. Let's wait here. When everyone arrives, we will deal with them all together. It will save us from wasting time searching everywhere. What? Sir Lin, do you want to kill everyone? Hearing this, the alchemists' hearts pounded wildly. To be honest, they did not believe it. However, what had happened earlier deeply stimulated them. Perhaps Lin Xian could really fight against the Black Dragon sect. Lin Xian took out a few recovery pills and gave them to the Alchemy Guild's Hall Master and the others. Old Man DK, on the other hand, led some alchemists to quickly collect the storage rings of the corpses. After taking the pills, the Alchemy Guild's Hall Master and the others felt the changes in their bodies and immediately screamed. Heavens! What miraculous pills! What grade is this? Could it be the legendary divine pill? The group of alchemists was very excited. Lin Xian asked in a deep voice, "Tell me about the situation here." Hearing this, the Alchemy Guild's Ravengale Hall Master sighed. The ones bullying us are mainly the Ravengale Hall of the Black Dragon sect. They have many venerables, but we don't have any venerables here. So even if we want to fight back, we don't have the strength to do so. What about the other countries? Are they the same? Lin Xian asked again. They are about the same. The Black Dragon sect has 8 halls, and they basically occupy the entire Tiannan region. Only the Martial Alliance, some hidden families, and the young geniuses can fight against the Black Dragon sect. The others have basically all fallen. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded and said again, "When those people come later, I will kill them. The rest will be up to you. After all, I can't stay here for too long." Seeing the alchemists' disappointed faces, Lin Xian said, "Don't worry, I will help you improve your strength to the Venerable Realm." What? To the Venerable Realm? Do you also have that magical crystal? This time, everyone around was excited. Crystal? What crystal? You mean the crystal that can greatly improve a martial artist's cultivation? They were too excited. If the contestants really had that kind of stone, they could instantly become venerables. However, to their disappointment, Lin Xian shook his head. "I don't have that kind of stone you're talking about. I have other ways to help you break through to the Venerable Realm. By the way, what's the crystal you mentioned? Can you tell us in detail?" "We don't know the details. We only know that this kind of stone suddenly appeared more than half a year ago, and it allowed the people of the Black Dragon sect to greatly improve in a short period of time. By the way, that stone seems to have come from the Xia," the Alchemy Guild's Hall Master said. Chapter 1330. This time, Lin Xian's expression changed. This wasn't good news for him. If that thing really had come from the Great Xia, then the Great Xia situation would be even worse than the Tianshan Empire. It seems I can't stay here. I have to return to the Great Xia. Lin Xian didn't hesitate and took out medicinal pills. Here are 8 medicinal pills. They should be enough for you to break through to the Exalted Realm. I'll go kill all the Black Dragon cult's disciples and then leave the Tianshan Empire. Without waiting for them to react, Lin Xian soared into the sky. Countless Black Dragon cult's disciples had gathered in a city very close to Pill Valley. They had long since received news that some experts had come to help Pill Valley and oppose the Black Dragon cult. At this moment, a bold man with a powerful aura was gathering the surrounding disciples to prepare a counterattack against Pill Valley. This bald man was one of the Ravengale Hall's important generals. His cultivation base had reached the 4th heaven stage of the Venerate realm. He could be said to have the highest cultivation base within the Tianshan Empire. Beside him was a white-robed youth with an evil charm. Although he was young, his aura didn't seem to be any weaker than the bald man. I didn't expect to encounter such a situation as soon as I arrived. It seems the Tianshan Empire hasn't been completely tamed yet, said the evil youth. How about it? Do you need my divine pill hall to take action? This white-robed youth was from the Divine Wind Hall. The Divine Pill Hall was the same as the Ravengale Hall. They were also one of the Black Dragon cult's 8 great halls. The bald man smiled. Don't worry, my Ravengale Hall can handle this matter. I'd like to see who has the guts to cause trouble in my territory. Boom. However, he had only just finished speaking when a huge palm descended from the sky, smashing into the plaza. Countless Black Dragon cult's disciples were blown to bits. For a moment, flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and blood sprayed everywhere. The entire square turned into a living hell. What? Seeing this scene, the pupils of the bald man and the evil-looking youth beside him, as well as the surrounding experts, suddenly shrank. This was because they had not felt any danger at all. As for how that huge palm had appeared, they had no idea. Damn it, who is it? Get out here. Seeing so many of his subordinates die at once, the bald man roared madly. At the side, the young man with the wicked eyebrows did not look good either. Their muscles tensed as they quickly scanned their surroundings, trying to find the enemy. The next moment, a figure descended in front of them. Who is it? Could it be that you did it just now? The bald man and the evil-looking youth looked at the figure in front of them with bewilderment. Because this was not what they had expected. In their opinion, only those from the Martial Alliance could go against the Black Dragon River. Moreover, the person who could do such a thing must be a super elder in the Martial Alliance. However, the figure in front of him was a young man. In fact, he was even a few years younger than the evil youth. Such a young person, no matter how talented he was, should only be at the spirit transformation realm or the spirit detecting realm. How could he have such power? This figure was naturally Lin Xian. He glanced at the front and then said in a deep voice, "It seems that you are the so-called remnants of the Ravengale Hall." Remnants? Kid, you're courting death. The supremacies were enraged when they heard that. It really is you. Since that's the case, you can all die. Lin Xian's eyes flickered like the god of death. How dare you? How dare you? You're courting death. Lin Xian's words enraged them. When had they ever been looked down upon like this? The bald man roared furiously. He pulled out the saber on his back and quickly slashed it forward. Kid, go to hell. He did not care who the young man in front of him was. Only death awaited him for daring to say such things. The saber gleam flashed ferociously like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. The surrounding martial artists cheered when the saber was slashed out. In their opinion, as long as their boss slashed out with the saber, the arrogant kid in front of them would definitely be split in half. However, they were stunned in the next moment. Even the smiles on their faces froze. That was because that ferocious saber was actually caught by the other party. Moreover, it was caught by the other party with 2 fingers. Their eyes almost popped out when they saw that. 2 fingers actually caught their boss's full-powered attack. How was that possible? Too weak. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. Then, he exerted some force with his fingers. Immediately, the huge saber broke into 2 with a crack. What? It broke. The bald man was stunned. He could not believe it. Not only did the other party catch his attack, but he also broke his saber. That was something that he did not dare to imagine. However, Lin Xian was not willing to talk nonsense with him. He simply threw out a punch and directly hit the bald man's chest. Immediately, the bald man's ribs broke and a transparent round hole appeared in his chest. Plop! The bald man's corpse knelt on the ground. His pupils suddenly dilated. Even until his death, he could not believe that someone could kill him with a single punch. That scene deeply stunned everyone in the hall. One had to know that their boss was a 4th Heaven Martial Honor Realm Patriarch who would soon break through to the 5th Heaven Martial Honor Realm. He was extremely powerful. However, at that moment, he was killed with a single punch. Demon, you're a demon. The remaining supremacies felt their scalps go numb. Their expressions changed drastically as they retreated, wanting to escape. However, Lin Xian's body swayed. Like a ghost, he appeared in front of everyone in an instant. He quickly attacked. Every time, it was a simple punch. The seemingly simple punch became a fatal punch in the eyes of these people. Every one of them was like a piece of paper, unable to withstand the power of that punch. Boom, 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 boom. The bodies of those supremacies split open one by one and were blasted into pieces. In an instant, all 18 supremacies in the hall were dead. Only the evil-looking young man in white was left. The evil-looking young man looked at Lin Xian's back. His entire body trembled and his pants were wet. He was so scared that he peed his pants. He could not believe that there was such a terrifying person in the world who could kill 18 supremacies in an instant. Every single one of them was killed with a single punch. The only person who could do this was probably their hall master. Who are you? The evil-looking young man was so scared that his voice trembled. Lin Xian turned around and asked coldly, "Are you also from the Ravengale Hall?" No, I'm not from the Ravengale Hall. I'm from the Divine Pill Hall. The evil-looking young man quickly said. He thought that Lin Xian was only targeting the Ravengale Hall. However, Lin Xian frowned. His eyes flashed with cold killing intent, Divine Pill Hole. So you're also from the Black Dragon sect. In that case, go to hell. Chapter 1331. Lin Xian frowned and a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. Divine Pill Hole. So you're also a member of the Black Dragon sect. If that's the case, then die. As he spoke, he clawed at the young man. The evil young man's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Lin Xian to attack the entire Black Dragon sect. He found it ridiculous because the Black Dragon sect was the overlord of the entire Tiannan region. However, he did not have time to laugh at Lin Xian because the terrifying palm had already reached for him. Damn it, get lost. The evil-looking young man shouted angrily. He quickly shot out a flame and rushed forward. Boom! The flame was terrifying and burned fiercely. It was going to burn Lin Xian to ashes. It was alchemy fire, the flame that the evil young man was proud of. His cultivation was also at the 4th heaven of the Venerable Realm. He was not weaker than the bald man from before. Not only that, but he also had a strange alchemy fire, so his overall strength was stronger. Now that he was forced into a corner, he could only use all his strength to escape. Die! The evil young man roared. However, the flame that he was proud of had no effect on Lin Xian. In an instant, Lin Xian grabbed the young man's neck and twisted it forcefully. No, you can't kill me. The evil young man shouted crazily and wanted to beg for mercy. However, his neck was broken halfway through his sentence. Plop! Lin Xian threw the young man's body aside. At that moment, DK, the president of the Alchemy Guild, and the others had just arrived. They were shocked and they saw the countless venerable corpses in the hall. They're all dead. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Those people who ruled Tian Shan country were the true powerhouses. Each of them could wipe out Tian Shan country, but they were all killed at that moment. Lin Xian turned around and said to DK and the others, "That's all I can do. The rest is up to you. You're all venerables now, and the strongest person in Tian Shan country has been killed by me. You can distribute the resources as you wish. Try your best to survive. Don't fight the Black Dragon sect head-on. When I'm done with the Xia, I'll launch an attack on the Black Dragon sect." With that, Lin Xian flew into the sky and quickly disappeared into the horizon. Only a group of people looked at the sky and could not help but exclaim, "Whoosh!" In the next moment, Lin Xian returned to the spirit boat and quickly steered the spirit boat towards the Xia country. "How is it? Do you know those people down there?" Murong Qingqing and the others asked. "Some old friends, but they were captured by the Black Dragon sect, so I'm dealing with them. Now, let's go to the Xia country immediately." "There seems to be a mutation there," Lin Xian said. "What? What mutation?" Murong Qingqing and the others were confused. "It said that there's a kind of crystal that can increase a warrior's strength instantly. That's how the venerables of the Black Dragon sect appeared. There's such a magical thing in the world." Murong Qingqing was surprised. Luo Bingshan was also moved. The dark red divine dragon held his chin and thought carefully. "It's not that there aren't things that can instantly increase a warrior's cultivation, but they're all extremely precious. But according to what you said, countless warriors of the Black Dragon sect have benefited. That's impossible. If there are so many things that can increase a warrior's cultivation, then why are we still cultivating?" The dark red divine dragon was very confused. He thought for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. "Don't think about it. You'll know when we reach the Xia." The incident in Tian Shan country happened so quickly that the Black Dragon sect didn't notice it at all. Moreover, Tian Shan country was just an ordinary country. There were thousands of countries like it in the Tiannan region, so it wasn't worth paying attention to. In other words, they didn't know about the arrival of Lin Xian and the others. The Xia wasn't too far away from the Tian Shan country. With Lin Xian and the others' speed, they could reach it in a day. As they got closer and closer to the Xia, Lin Xian also became nervous. He was afraid that something would happen to his family, so he was extremely nervous. Murong Qingqing comforted him from the side. The dark red divine dragon was excited and couldn't wait to run to the Xia immediately. He really wanted to know what could be so magical that it could instantly increase a warrior's cultivation. The Xia was located in a very remote location in the Tiannan region. It was originally just an ordinary small country that wouldn't attract anyone's attention. However, half a year ago, a mysterious crystal appeared here. The crystal was very magical. It contained a mysterious energy that could increase a warrior's cultivation by a large margin. At first, the crystal wasn't discovered by humans, but was swallowed by a demon beast. Suddenly, that ordinary demon beast turned into a powerful demon general in an instant. As this happened more and more, it finally attracted the attention of the warriors. However, the Black Dragon sect had fully recovered and was wantonly invading the Tiannan region. At that time, the Xia was controlled by the Nether Hall. Therefore, this matter was quickly discovered by the Nether Hall and the entire Black Dragon sect was shocked. Later on, the Xia was controlled by the upper echelons of the Black Dragon sect. Most of the mysterious crystals fell into the hands of the Black Dragon sect. Of course, not all of them. There were also experts and geniuses from the Martial Alliance, as well as those who were lucky enough to obtain some. However, compared to the Black Dragon sect, the number was pitifully small. From then on, the Xia became a place that the Black Dragon sect paid great attention to. This was because this was the production area of the mysterious crystal. However, other than the mysterious crystal, there was another place that was listed as a forbidden area. That was the Sword Pool Mansion. The Sword Pool Mansion was too strange. The entire mansion was completely wrapped in ice and outsiders couldn't enter at all. Even the supremacies of the Black Dragon sect couldn't break through the ice. Later on, it was said that the Black Dragon sect's guardians were alarmed and came to investigate. In the end, they didn't break through, but they gave an order. The entire Sword Pool Mansion was sealed off and no outsiders were allowed to approach. On the other side, the moment Lin Xian entered the territory of the Xia, he unleashed his powerful soul force to investigate the Sword Pool Mansion. When he sensed the dense cold air, he heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Sword Pool Mansion is still the same. It's wrapped in ice and hasn't been broken. It seems that those people from the Black Dragon sect didn't succeed. However, this also made him very puzzled because the Sword Pool Mansion would definitely attract the attention of the Black Dragon sect and those supremacies would also make a move. Now that the Sword Pool Mansion was still wrapped in ice, it meant that the other party had failed. What kind of ice was it that even the supremacies couldn't break through? This made Lin Xian very puzzled. Chapter 1332. In the sky, the spirit boat flew quickly like a bolt of lightning, streaking across the sky above the state of Great Xia. Soon, Lin Xian and the others arrived above the Sword Pool Mansion. Just as they had expected, the situation in the state of Great Xia was worse than that in the Tian Shan country. The strongest Black Dragon sect warrior in the Tian Shan country was only at the fourth heaven of the Venerable Realm. In the state of Great Xia, fourth heaven venerables could be seen everywhere. In addition, there were fifth heaven, sixth heaven, and even seventh heaven venerables. It seemed that the rumors were true. The mysterious crystal that could increase a warrior's cultivation came from the state of Great Xia. Otherwise, the Black Dragon sect would not have sent so many experts to this remote country. None of these venerables noticed that there was a spirit boat above them. Not to mention these people, the spirit boat had a formation that concealed its aura. Even 8th or 9th heaven supremacy experts might not be able to sense it. Lin Xian stood on the spirit boat and quickly probed below with his soul power. Below, there was an azure ice city that was releasing traces of cold air. It was like the legendary Ice Kingdom. There was a defensive array around it that blocked the cold air and prevented it from spreading. In addition, there were many pavilions and palaces near the Sword Pool Mansion. Each of them had the flag of the Black Dragon sect. Obviously, they were responsible for guarding the place. One of the pavilions was very majestic. It had a total of 32 floors and was 100 feet tall. It was magnificent and looked like a heavenly pillar standing on the ground. Countless warriors were entering and exiting the huge pavilion. These people were all elites of the Black Dragon sect. If Lin Xian wanted to know about the Sword Pool Mansion, he naturally looked at the majestic pavilion. With his outstanding soul power, he could clearly hear the conversation in the building. On the 23rd floor of the pavilion, a hunchbacked old man's eyes were like lightning. He had the aura of a sixth heaven venerable. He asked his subordinate in a deep voice, "How are the preparations going?" "We're almost done. This time, we've recruited many array masters and even invited the 3rd Division Master of the Divine Pill Hall. I think with his fire cloud earth fire, he should be able to break the ice outside the Sword Pool Mansion." A middle-aged man in black light armor quickly reported. After the hunchbacked old man heard this, he nodded in satisfaction. "Since you're ready, let's do it tomorrow. This Sword Pool Manor actually has such strange ice. I think there must be some kind of rare treasure inside. Therefore, no matter what, we have to break it open. I'd rather miss it than miss it. I won't let the treasure escape in front of me. The hunchbacked old man revealed an evil smile. Then, he said in a deep voice, all of you can leave now. Go and prepare. Also, we must tighten our defenses tonight. We must not let anything happen at the most critical moment. The warriors under him nodded, then turned around and prepared to leave. However, when they pushed open the door to the conference hall, they found an unfamiliar young man standing outside. Which branch are you from? Why was he here? Don't you know the rules? Seeing this young man blocking their way, an elder snorted in displeasure. However, the mysterious young man in front of him had an ice-cold expression. His body stood there like a boulder and did not move at all. In the main hall, the Black Dragon sect members were even more displeased. Suddenly, their pupils constricted as if they had discovered something. Then, they shrieked, "You're not a disciple of the Black Dragon sect. Who are you? Why are you here?" They had indeed discovered something strange because the young man's clothes did not have the symbol of the Black Dragon sect. No matter what clothes the Black Dragon sect wore, there would be a black dragon as a symbol. However, the young man did not have such a symbol. This meant that the young man was definitely not a member of the Black Dragon sect. The mysterious young man in front of them was indeed not a member of the Black Dragon sect because he was Lin Xian. Previously, he had used his soul power on the spirit boat to gather information. Soon, he heard the conversation in the conference room. When he found out that these people wanted to attack the Sword Pool Mansion tomorrow, an uncontrollable killing intent rose from his body. No one could attack his people. That was his bottom line. Now, someone actually dared to touch his bottom line. Therefore, he arrived outside the conference hall in an instant. Since these people wanted to attack the Sword Pool Mansion tomorrow, he could only destroy them today. However, the elders in the hall were extremely displeased that the young man dared to ignore their words. Men! Where's the enforcers? Take him down. Interrogate him. We must find out who he is. How did he get in? The hunchbacked old man shouted coldly. His voice was filled with endless majesty. The others also frowned. Yes, their place could be said to be very confidential. There were groups of guards outside, so outsiders could not enter at all. However, the young man in front of them appeared here, which made them very puzzled. No need to shout. Are the guards you mentioned them? Lin Xian waved his hand, and more than 10 heads fell to the ground. Every head was covered in blood, and those people even had terrified expressions on their faces. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded because the heads on the ground belonged to the law enforcement team outside. However, at this moment, they were all killed. Moreover, they did not know when the young man attacked. Thinking of this, they broke out in cold sweat. This was because such a situation would only happen when the difference between the two sides was too great. Otherwise, if the two sides attacked, they would definitely know. In other words, the mysterious young man's strength was beyond their expectations. He could kill their people silently. But how was that possible? Those law enforcement team members were all venerable ones. Who could kill so many venerable ones silently? In the hall, these people did not dare to believe it. However, these people would not sit still and wait for death. Many of them started to send voice transmissions to mobilize people from their floors. The middle-aged man in black armor from before strode out and asked coldly. Who are you? What's your purpose here? Lin Xian did not answer his question. Instead, he asked in return, are you going to attack the Sword Pool Mansion tomorrow? Hearing this, everyone frowned, and the burly man in black armor's pupils constricted. He said in a sharp voice, are you from the Sword Pool Mansion? That's right, I'm from the Sword Pool Mansion. Lin Xian said coldly, since you want to attack my clansmen, then don't blame me for annihilating all of you." Hearing that he was from the Sword Pool Mansion, everyone was shocked, and the middle-aged man in black armor even laughed wildly. "Good, that's really great. We were worried that we didn't know the secrets of the Sword Pool Mansion. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to us. Kid, kneel down obediently and tell me all the secrets of the Sword Pool Mansion. I can leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, you and your clansmen will be torn into pieces." Chapter 1333. Great. That's great. We were worried that we didn't know the secrets of the Sword Pool Mansion. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to us. Boy, kneel down obediently and tell me all the secrets of the Sword Pool Mansion. If you do, I'll leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, you and your clansmen will be torn into pieces. The burly man in black armor had a cruel smile on his face. Everyone else in the room laughed maniacally. Great. They could finally unravel the secrets of the Sword Pool Mansion. Moreover, Lin Xian's face darkened. Endless killing intent emerged from his body. These people still dared to have designs on the Sword Pool Mansion. They really deserved to die. How dare you have designs on the Lin family? You deserve to die. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He stretched out his hand and a huge suction force came from his palm. Instantly, the middle-aged man in black armor was sucked into his hand. Then, terrifying lightning surged out and enveloped the burly man in black armor. Crackle. Ah! The charred body fell to the ground. The burly man in black armor had turned into a dried corpse. His entire body was charred black and the lightning on his body kept trembling. He couldn't be more dead. Who else dares to have designs on the Lin family? Lin Xian's eyes were cold as he swept his gaze across the room. Everyone in the hall was dumbstruck. It was dead silent. In the hall, the people from the Black Dragon sect were completely stunned. They didn't expect the burly man in black armor to be killed so easily without any resistance. This was beyond their expectations. The burly man in black armor wasn't weak. He was at the fifth heaven of the honorable realm and was considered an expert among them. However, such an expert couldn't even withstand one move from the young man in front of them. Moreover, what frightened them even more was that the young man said he was from the Sword Pool Mansion. However, since when did the Sword Pool Mansion have such an expert? Could he be from the Martial Alliance? The hearts of the elders from the Nether Hall beat wildly. However, they quickly shook their heads. The Martial Alliance was the sworn enemy of the Black Dragon sect. They had detailed information about the young experts in the Martial Alliance, but they didn't know who the young man in front of them was. In that case, there were only two possibilities. The first was that the young man wasn't from the Martial Alliance. The second was that the young man was an expert who had appeared recently. However, no matter which one it wasn't good news to them because they were now enemies. Who are you? What are you trying to do? The hunchbacked elder in the hall asked coldly. I've already said that I'm from the Lin family. As for my purpose, of course, it's to destroy the Black Dragon sect. Exterminate the Black Dragon sect. When they heard this, the elders of the Nether Hall sneered with disdain. Kid, I admit that you're very powerful to be able to kill a fifth heavenly layer venerable. I'm afraid none of us here is a match for you. But don't be too arrogant. You don't know the strength of our Black Dragon sect. Not to mention the sect's guardian elders, even if our hall master were here, he would be able to kill you easily. Exactly. Our Black Dragon is the overlord of the South Horizon region. An ignorant brat like you still dares to clamor here. You're courting death. Don't think that just because your Lin family is frozen, we can't touch you. With the fire cloud earth fire, we can also break through the ice. When the time comes, everyone from the Sword Pool Manor's Lin family will die." Another red-robed elder shouted coldly. His voice was ferocious and his eyes were filled with viciousness. However, just as he finished speaking, he saw Lin Xian slash out a sword light and directly split his body in half. Blood and intestines immediately flowed out of his body. The pungent smell of blood made everyone in the hall want to vomit. "I've said it before. If you dare to threaten me with the Sword Pool Manor, there's only one outcome." Lin Xian's voice was cold like a god of death. "Since you dare to challenge my bottom line, then die." At the end of his sentence, a terrifying killing intent soared from his body. However, at this moment, a low voice suddenly came from the corridor. Countless Black Dragon sect cultivators rushed over and surrounded the entire 23rd floor. "Ha ha ha ha. Kid, so what if you're strong? Could it be that you can go against the entire Nether Hall?" Seeing the surrounding cultivators rushing over, the elders in the hall all laughed wildly. They did not attack earlier not because they were afraid of Lin Xian, but because they were waiting for reinforcements to arrive. Now that everyone in the pavilion had been called over, this was an extremely terrifying force that could definitely kill this kid in front of them. Of course, they would not let Lin Xian die so easily. At the very least, they would let him suffer endless pain. "Kid, you're arrogant. How dare you kill someone from the Nether Hall? Today is the day you die. I won't let you die. I'll break all the bones in your body and let you watch as the Sword Pool Manor is destroyed. Your Lin family will become the slaves of the Nether Hall. Slaves for life. You'll never be able to rise again." Those people were very arrogant. They looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at a dead man. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He did not show any fear because these people were no different from ants in front of him. If it were not for the fact that the Nether Hall was too widespread and spread across several countries, he would even want to wipe out the entire Nether Hall. Since he could not get rid of the Nether Hall in a short period of time, he would not let the people in this pavilion go. How ignorant. Do you think that you can save your lives with more people? Lin Xian's lips curled into a disdainful smile. You're courting death. Kid, you're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. Seeing the disdainful smile, the elders of the Nether Hall were furious. The hunchbacked elder's face was even gloomier. He waved his hand and said to the warriors around him, "Go, kill him." As soon as the order was given, the 8 men in black who were walking at the front immediately attacked. 8 fists were thrown from different directions. They were like ferocious beasts as they charged towards Lin Xian at high speed. These 8 people were all experts. They were not inferior to the black-clothed man who had died earlier. If the 8 of them attacked, no one in the pavilion could stop them. Bang 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 bang. However, such terrifying fists stopped when they were 3 feet away from Lin Xian. They could not move at all. What? How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. The 8 men were even more terrified. They felt an incomparably terrifying power on their bodies, causing them to completely lose the ability to resist. Crack 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 crack. In the next moment, the 8 of them screamed because their arms were all chopped off, revealing eerie white bones. Not only that, but there was also terrifying lightning surging out. It was like a lightning beast that swallowed them instantly. Boom! 8 charred corpses fell to the ground. Impossible! Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were all stunned. They cried out in horror. In the blink of an eye, the expert from the Black Dragon cult was killed without being able to resist at all. Chapter 1334. In the blink of an eye, the 8 Black Dragon sect experts were killed without being able to resist at all. This was too shocking. They could not believe it. Judging from the way Lin Xian killed the burly man in black armor, he should have surpassed the 5th heaven of the Venerable Realm. However, looking at his age, he was only in his 20s. At most, he was at the 6th heaven of the Venerable Realm. It was impossible for him to be any stronger. However, even a 6th heaven of the Venerable Realm could not kill 8 5th heaven Venerables in an instant. It was simply impossible. However, Lin Xian had done it so easily. Are you a 7th heaven of the Venerable Realm? These people looked at Lin Xian with fear. A 7th heaven of the Venerable Realm was a top-notch expert even in the Black Dragon sect. Although they were Venerables, they were only a branch of the Nether Hall, so there was no 7th heaven of the Venerable Realm among them. Go and get the Divine Pill Hall's 3rd Division Master. The hunchbacked old man shouted crazily with a terrified expression. They had to hold him back. They still had hope because the Divine Pill Hall's 3rd Division Master was a 7th heaven Venerable. Moreover, he had the fire cloud earthly fire in his hands. It could be said that he was extremely terrifying. As long as he could arrive in time, he would definitely be able to kill this little thief in front of him. In the next moment, the hunchbacked old man gave orders crazily again. Go. Kill him. Even if he's a 7th heaven Venerable, he can't stop so many of us. As far as they knew, a 7th heaven Venerable could not fight against so many people. However, this was only their understanding. Seeing the countless Black Dragon sect martial artists, Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold killing intent. In the next moment, his eyes turned red, and his body was surrounded by a terrifying killing intent. A boundless sea of blood quickly appeared and surged behind him. Blood Sword Massacre. A low voice came from his mouth. Lin Xian's killing intent soared into the sky. The sea of blood behind him surged, and boundless killing intent instantly enveloped the entire hall. At this moment, the space was dyed red. Looking at the martial artists who were charging at him quickly, Lin Xian threw a punch. Immediately, the sea of blood behind him surged and turned into a blood dragon that charged forward. Ah! No! In the next moment, a blood-curdling scream rang out. The Black Dragon cult martial artist's body immediately split apart and turned into a bloody mist. In the blink of an eye, the crowded hall was emptied. Looking at this scene, everyone felt their scalps go numb, and their expressions were filled with fear. One punch, just one punch, had killed at least 100 martial artists. Half of them were Venerables. What kind of technique is this? How could it be so terrifying? Even a 7th heavenly layer Venerable wouldn't be able to do that, right? The eyes of the Black Dragon Society members were filled with despair as they fled madly. However, the entire pavilion was sealed off by Lin Xian's blood sea. No one could escape. Since the moment these people had set their sights on the Sword Pool Mansion, their fates had been sealed. Lin Xian clenched his fist. The sea of blood around him surged, and a blood-red killing sword quickly appeared. Then, he brandished his long sword and streaks of sword chi swept out in all directions. Wherever the sword chi passed, the cultivators were all killed. Massacre, this was simply a massacre. Because the two sides were not on the same level at all. One had to know that Lin Xian was an existence that could even kill a half-step king. Most of these people were 4th or 5th heaven Venerables. The better ones were at 5th or 6th heaven. The two sides were not on the same level at all. It was like a dragon trampling ants to death. Soon, the martial artists who rushed over from the other floors were all killed by Lin Xian. Only the Nether Hall elders were left in the hall. Blood gathered into a small river and flowed under everyone's feet. The pungent smell of blood made these damned elders have the urge to die. Lin Xian turned around again and stared at those people. Immediately, the elders in the hall trembled and screamed in fear. What are you trying to do? I'm telling you, don't mess around. We're from the Nether Hall. No, don't kill me. We'll tell you whatever you want to know. Please let us go. Many people roared, but even more people begged for mercy. A few elders even knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing to Lin Xian. They wanted to exchange for their lives. Lin Xian's expression was cold and even filled with disdain. These people seemed to be powerful and had reached the venerable realm, but deep down, they were even inferior to those in the spirit-detecting realm. They lacked sharpness, bravery, and bloodshed. This was because they did not cultivate their strength at all. They had only reached the venerable realm with the help of external forces. Such people could not unleash the strength that a venerable should have. Once they encountered true danger, they would not dare to risk their lives. Pitiful ants, you're insulting the venerable realm. Lin Xian stretched out his hand. The sea of blood behind him immediately turned into countless blood swords and stabbed forward. Don't kill me. Save me. Up ahead, the elders of the Black Dragon cult in the Great Hall screamed and quickly fled. However, they could not escape at all. The blood swords in the sky were like blood bolts of lightning. They instantly pierced through those elders and nailed them to death in the air. In the blink of an eye, everyone from the Nether Hall in the pavilion was killed. Lin Xian also recalled the sea of blood. The surrounding blood was all absorbed by him and turned into the power of the sea of blood. It strengthened his blood sword inheritance again. The blood sword inheritance was very strange. The more he killed, the stronger he became. However, Lin Xian was not willing to use it normally. He would only activate the Blood Clan Slaughter inheritance when he met someone who deserved to die. He spread out his soul power and quickly scanned the entire 32nd floor of the pavilion. He did not find anyone who had escaped. Then, he turned around and walked out. The corpses in the corridor were piled up like a mountain and blocked the exit. Lin Xian frowned slightly and wanted to blast the way out. However, a powerful force came from the opposite side and instantly blasted the corpses in the corridor. Not only that, but the corpses were quickly burned and disappeared as if they had never existed. None of this was caused by Lin Xian. Therefore, he stopped and squinted his eyes to look ahead. As expected, two figures appeared in front of him. The one in front was a handsome young man. He was wearing a luxurious robe and had flames gathered to form a fire dragon. Beside the young man with flames stood an old man. He was expressionless and his eyes were dark. He was like a goshawk and emitted an extremely dangerous aura. At this moment, the old man slowly retracted his hand and the flames on his body quickly disappeared. It seemed that the previous attack was from this old man in black. The young man looked around and saw that no one was alive. He did not look angry. Instead, he smiled. Not bad, not bad. To be able to destroy a branch of the Nether Hall in such a short time, your strength is not bad. You look so young. You should be a young genius. However, I don't have your information. Chapter 1335. You look so young. You should be a young genius, but I don't have any information about you. I'm curious. Who are you? Asked the flaming youth. You don't need to know who I am. Lin Xian's expression was cold, and his voice was cold. The young man who was bathed in flames didn't get angry. Instead, he stared at Lin Xian with a smile. You have a personality. I like it. You're definitely not weak. You should be at the 7th sky of the Venerable Realm. How about it? Are you interested in joining my divine pill hall and being my subordinate? Don't worry. I won't mistreat you. As long as you follow me, I promise to be your subordinate for the rest of your life. I'll make you rich, said the flaming youth. Follow you. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It was the first time he had heard such words. No one had ever dared to say such words to him. The flaming youth did not know what Lin Xian was thinking. He continued speaking arrogantly. Don't worry. You won't be at a disadvantage if you follow me. Although you're at the seventh sky of the venerable realm and are considered a genius, I'm stronger. I, Fong Yen, am the third leader of the divine pill hole. Once I break the ice in the Sword Pool Mansion, I'll have made a great contribution and will soon become the second leader. Following me is definitely the wisest choice. Our divine pill hall is not like the nether hole. We're the number one hole. Fong Yan was very confident. He was indeed confident because the divine pill hall was ranked first in the Black Dragon Church, while the nether hall was ranked second from the bottom. Although they were both halls, the gap between them was huge. Fong Yan was young. Not only had his cultivation reached the seventh sky of the venerable realm, but his alchemy skills were also impressive. Not only that, but he was also the third leader of the divine pill hole. His status was as high as Qing Yun. He had countless geniuses working for him. Therefore, in his opinion, as long as he revealed his identity, all the geniuses in the world would submit to him. The young man in front of him was no exception. However, Lin Xian only laughed, and it was a disdainful sneer. Seeing Lin Xian's disdainful smile, the flaming youth opposite him laughed. It seems that you don't believe me. But it doesn't matter. I've met many geniuses before, and none of them believed what I said. But in the end, they still became my subordinates. You are no exception. The flaming youth seemed to have boundless confidence. I'll capture you first and then bring you back for training. Don't worry, you will recognize me as your master in less than 3 days. He turned his head slightly and said to the black-clothed old man beside him, catch him. Yes, branch master. The black-robed old man nodded coldly. Then, like a ghost, he rushed forward quickly. He didn't say much, but his attacks were swift and fierce. The claw was like a goshawk. It was very sturdy and was surrounded by countless red flames. With a blazing aura, it quickly tore through the void and grabbed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian stood in place without moving. When the other party attacked, his eyes suddenly became sharp. Not only that, but countless azure auras bloomed around him as if they were going to freeze the entire space. A blue ice fist formed in front of him and quickly blasted forward. Boom! The fist hit the black-robed old man's palm hard and immediately sent him flying. What? The black-robed old man's pupils constricted. He exploded with all his strength and quickly retreated. When he landed, half of his body was already frozen by ice. Ice spiritual power, you are an ice martial artist. The black-robed old man's face was gloomy. He found that the flames in his body were suppressed. This wasn't good news for him because ice and fire were elements that restrained each other. However, who could restrain who depended on the cultivation of both parties? Now, it seemed that the other party was obviously stronger than him. But how could this be? The black-robed old man cursed in disbelief. The other party was only a 20-year-old young man. How could his cultivation be higher than his? This scene made the flaming youth stop smiling. Ice martial soul, I see. No wonder you were so confident and refused to submit to me. It turns out to be the ice martial soul, which is the opposite of the flame martial soul. However, I love to subdue people like you. The flaming youth smiled evilly again. But soon, his smile froze. Because the black-robed old man behind him screamed. What? What's going on? The flaming youth suddenly turned around. Then, his pupils constricted and he was stunned. It turned out that the black-robed old man behind him was suddenly pierced by countless icicles. Not only that, the icicles were stained with blood. They froze the black-robed old man's body and formed a human-shaped ice sculpture. Dead? How could this be? The flaming youth couldn't believe it. The old man he brought along was very powerful. His cultivation was at the 7th rank honorable realm. Also, he was a fire-type martial artist like him. Even if the black-robed old man was Lin Xian, he couldn't have been killed instantly. Could it be that the other party's ice power was so terrifying? The flaming youth couldn't figure it out. He could only turn around and stare at Lin Xian. The flames on his body flickered. What method did you use to kill him? Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. You didn't even see how I attacked. You want to subdue me with such strength? Lin Xian's words made the flaming youth's face turn ugly. However, he then snorted coldly. Don't be so smug. The black-robed old man must have been careless. Plus, you sneaked an attack. That's why you succeeded. Brat, you've got guts, you actually dared to kill my people. Today, I'll make you wish you were dead. Not only that, I'll capture you and refine you into my most loyal servant. The flaming youth roared. He waved his hand and formed a red palm. Then, he slammed it in front of him. Everywhere it passed, the air melted and space distorted. Everything around it burned rapidly. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. Playing with fire in front of me. You're courting death. Then, he looked around. Suddenly, a ball of black flames flew out and landed on the flaming palm. In the next moment, the flaming palm made a sizzling sound and disappeared quickly like ice melting. What? It melted. Flames. How can you have flames? Seeing this, the flaming youth's face finally changed. He couldn't understand how a person could have both the ice power and the fire power at the same time. Looking at the flaming youth's shocked expression, Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. Surprised. Can't believe it. I really don't understand. How can a person like you be so arrogant? Do you really think that you're invincible by relying on external forces to raise your cultivation? Let me tell you. A person like you isn't even an ant in my eyes. Because you don't know how vast the world is. I reckon that with your character and methods, you won't even survive a day in the Tianwu continent. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.